the new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith!
It's match start.
5-star performance.
Ball for big fish.
It's
Jack Drayton!
Which way? Of course he is. Go on then. Of course he does.
The double. Oh, and that's a superb shot. Double top for a 160 checkout and the match.
Shot. Right on the wire. Oh, used that up perfectly.
Collie now looking at double 10 for a 140 checkout and he finds it.
Billy Leonard with an average of 95 and change, looking to wrap up a 4-3 win. If he can find double top he gets.
Billy Leonard.
We head into the second half of the week's action here in week 2. Group C gets underway this afternoon on what is a beautiful day here on the south coast. They say the sun shines on the righteous, but who is going to shine throughout the course of the next few hours? Hello, very good afternoon. Welcome along to the action. We had the former ADC Global Championship finalist Johnny Haynes amongst the 6 that are in action over the course of the next 6 hours here at the Live Lounge in Port. So we're going to be watching it all in the company of Laura Turner. Laura, great to see you. And you look at this Group C, you look at the players involved. They must all feel there is a real opportunity here to make it into finals night come Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got 3 newcomers coming in. Obviously, we're going to have some firm favourites in the likes of a Johnny Haynes, but ultimately, 2 people go through out of the 6. It's going to be tough for whoever gets through, but yeah, definitely. I think how they all start is going to be imperative today.
Yesterday afternoon, Steve West won Group A. I feel like everything that can be said of Steve West has been said here before because he's so good, so consistently here.
He is. He's always almost part of the furniture, isn't it? We always have high expectations. But it was interesting to hear Steve say yesterday that ultimately he doesn't feel like he gets a very good start normally, but he made a really good start on Monday, beat Neil Duff and just did not look back and won Group A at a canter.
He did, and he won it by 10 points. As you can see, in behind, it was very tight. 3 players on 16 points. Johnny Haynes, the unlucky player to miss out. Joe Haywood on 12, with Debarr down the bottom on 4. So this is how the tournament bracket looks as we head into the second half of the week. Group B tonight really does look intriguing with Carl Wilkinson, Paul Hogan and Simon Stevenson in the mix. They're all former weekly wins. In fact, Benito van der Pas, somebody who's been in the top 16 of the PDC rankings, the only player not to have won a weekly title here in the past. But this afternoon, we see Johnny Haynes, Joe Haywood and Glenn Debarr go again with Kevin Edwards, Billy Leonard and Reece Collie joining the fray. And as far as Reece is concerned, look, we don't see him as much on the Challenge Tour, maybe in other events. The WDF, and this seems to be where he plies his trade nowadays.
Yeah, but you cannot underestimate what he can do because ultimately he's won a week here. Like you said, he's been there, done that. He's a former England player as well. But a bit like what I said about Mike Huntley last week, that it depends on the level of, that they bring to the table today. And I think Reece is another one of those players because if he can play at his very best, then he could emulate what Michael did last week and pick up the title. But if he's not on point, not from the very start, then it could be really tricky, especially in this group.
Now, Johnny Haynes is at the front of the betting now. We saw him get to the final of the ADC Global Championship here back in January. He's played some superb stuff. It's felt like the last 6-9 months. A guy who's into his 60s, and he'll hate for me to say it, but it feels like he's finding a second wind in his career.
Yeah, Johnny just loves playing, doesn't he? He plays, as you say, quite a lot over in Swindon, plays the ADC. He is always at the Oki somewhere or another, and he's proven what he can do. Like you say, he made the final just recently, lost out to Jack Tweddle, which he probably could have played on his doorstep, to be perfectly honest, both from the same neck of the woods. But he's just so laid back. I don't think Johnny will mind that he's not in Group B. He's in Group C. He'll just deal with it just like he always does.
I don't think he knows what group he's in half the time.
No,
That's how laid back he is.
Look, he's here. That's important because there was that time where he ended up at the train station. We thought he was going to go home. So we've got him here. That's what's important.
18 plus, bgamred.org. And if you are watching on the train, Good luck with your Wi-Fi signal. Right, let's get into game one. We're going to see Kevin Edwards in action. He takes on Glenn Debarr. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with the flatliner. Kev, great to see you back here at the Super Series. I'm just looking forward to the next couple of days.
I'm very much looking forward to it, yeah. I'm playing okay. The form's good. Looking forward to a good couple of days.
For yourself, is this the one tournament you look forward to in the year?
Definitely, yeah. It's nice to get back invited. You always wonder whether you will do, whether you put on a performance beforehand. But yeah, it was nice to get the call and really looking forward to it.
Make sure the form's good. How have the darts been recently?
They've been good, yeah. Like I say, a couple of weeks ago I was out in Benidorm. I picked up a few titles there. Really well run tournament. Been doing a lot of ADC vaults. The results have been going my way, so yeah, feeling good.
Well, it's Costa del South Coast as opposed to Costa del Sol over the course of the next couple of days. Looking at that group in there, what will be your assessment as to what you've got to do to get out of it?
I just need to play my own game and win as many as I can, basically. Yeah, it's a tough group, as it always is, no matter what group you're in. So yeah, if I play my game, I'll do okay.
Is that the key, just controlling your own controllables?
That is it, yeah. It all depends which Kevin turns up, basically. Kevin can average 60-odd or he can average 120. It all depends which one turns up.
Well, I look forward to watching you play. Kevin, good luck out there.
Cheers, Henry. Thank you.
Well, they call Kevin Edwards the flatliner, but speak to him in that interview, it feels like his form is anything but flatlined. He kicks things off against Glenn Debarr, the Belgian ADC qualifier, who is looking for a better time of it in Group C in comparison to his exploits in Group A, where he only picked up a couple of victories. Reset mentality is going to be ultra important for the Belgium up against somebody from Clacton. And Kevin Edwards, who is hoping that this time it's going to be a successful trip to Portsmouth. Has made a semi-final here in the past, but that was all the way back in Series 2, Week 11. That was back in January 2023. And interestingly, that was the week that Johnny Haynes would go on to win up against Debarr, the 36-year-old from Altar in Belgium, making his debut in this competition, having won his spot through the ADC Benelux Tour. Second half of the week about to get underway here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And a Group C, which certainly presents opportunities for players. Now, Johnny Haynes, unsurprisingly, goes off the comprehensive bookmaker's favourite, 13-10, to be the top player on the top step come the end of Friday's play. But Kevin Edwards is the 5-2 second favourite. As that man there, Nick Rolls, will preside over proceedings for the remainder of the week's action. A man who has refereed World Championship finals on the fabled Lakeside stage in the past. Somebody who has played on the Lakeside stage is alongside me in the commentary box. I won't mention the record, Laura Turner. Great to have you here on this Thursday. As I say, this really does feel like a Group C where everybody can make a case to say, do you know what, I can qualify through to Saturday.
Yeah, I do agree. I think there is plenty of opportunity. And it was interesting to hear Kevin talk there about the varying levels that he feels that he can find. But he's got experience here. He should settle in quite quickly against a Glenn Debarr who has been nervy at times. I know the likes of Neil Duff and Steve West, they've been kind of trying to mentor the newer players. But it is the perfect start for Kevin Edwards.
Well, we speak about reset mentality a lot. It won't help Glenn Debarr when he sees his opponent kick off of a maximum. Now, we've seen worse ADC qualifiers than Glenn. Let's put that right. Averaged 81.76 over the course of his Group A campaign, doubling just under 30%. That needs to be a little bit better. He's had an average just under 98 this week. He's at a 138 checkout, and you shouldn't disrespect a 138 checkout. We have certainly seen worse than him. He's just been put in a group where, actually, if you look at the numbers from top to toe, everybody played to a similar level, and he was the one that just got caught as an outlier as a result of it.
Yeah, there were a few results that ended up going 4-3 in the wrong direction, but he is on a 10-match losing streak at the moment, something that he will need to rectify quickly if he is to progress. But ultimately, even if he doesn't make it through, how much value he can take from the experience here.
You're learning on the fly, and I remember speaking to
85.
Marvin Van Velzen, who did an interview here, didn't he, early on this year when his brother Keanu played and won a week, and he said that the first time he was here, at the time it felt like a horrible experience because he wasn't playing to his best. But it was the experience that he needed to make him better as a player, and of course now a PDC tour card holder. Edwards going to have to look at 25 and bull here. It's not going to get it. So Debarr, who's just hung around in this opening leg, providing you stay straight,
80.
should get an opportunity to break the throat.
Little lift over the treble. Should have plenty of space to see it,
Game
and
shot
polishes
on the
it off
first leg.
nicely. It's an
Glenn
early
Debarr.
breaker throw for Debarr.
Well, Kevin
Second leg,
Edwards
it's Glenn
did
to
all the
throw
hard work
first.
in the scoring stakes, but
Game
didn't
on.
give himself a dart at a double. Debarr hung around, lingered, and now gets the break, which puts him 1-0 in front.
83.
Fair to say as well, Belgium's a part of the world which, in terms of viewing numbers, in terms of people that
134.
attend events, it's never been stronger. But it's also fair to say, when you look at the relative form of the likes of Dimitri van den Berg, Kim Heimbeck looks like he's getting himself back to
100.
somewhat near his best. But maybe it's also an area which is looking for another superstar to emerge.
Oh, absolutely. You could make that argument about a lot of the countries that are
180.
they're not new to the sport as such, but like a Germany, you've got France coming through. I've seen some fantastic talent even coming from Turkey, especially in the women's game.
59.
And like you say, if you can just find that one superstar, I think Netherlands was probably the best example of when Raymond van Barneveld, when he picked up world titles, he just changed the whole
140.
dynamic. And I do agree with you. I think Belgium is another one that could just do with a player that can pick up big titles, but on multiple occasions.
It looks like Germany have got Max Hopp very much back at the
100.
sharp end of the sport.
Kevin, you require 47.
Edwards here looks at 47 to level things up at one apiece. The scoring has been absolutely on point. And that
Game
is a
shot
12
on the
dart
second
break
leg.
back for the flat line.
Kevin
A 1-1.
Edwards.
Good contest this to kick off the afternoon.
Very good indeed.
Third
and
leg, it's Kevin to
superb
throw
response
first.
from
Game
Kevin
on.
Edwards. Yeah, he mentioned that he's been playing things on the ADC circuit, playing out of Clacton. And I had a quick look at the
100.
results, and it's pretty much all champion, runner-up, champion, champion. He really is playing well.
And the ADC system is built for players like Kevin Edwards that doesn't
140.
want to go for the rigmarole of going to your Wiggins, your Barnsleys, your Hildesheims to play challenge tours, etc. week in, week out. Wanting to play on your doorstep, but wanting to play
100.
competitively on your doorstep, and then having an end result to your exploits when you're playing locally.
Yeah, because Kevin Edwards has been
60.
playing darts for a considerable amount of time. Has had a couple of goes at Q School, moved on to Challenge Tour, but not since 2020. Like I say, ADC just
85.
offers something different to players, and you mentioned that carrot at the end. That's coming here to the Super Series.
140.
Well, 140 for Debarr has left himself on a finish after 9 against the throw, but how handy can Kev leave it here from 216?
40.
A big
Glenn,
slip
you require
for
161.
Edwards with the last dart. Afford 6 darts for Debarr from 161.
54.
Well, that's presented a bit of a chance here for Kev. He can plonk in a big treble here. And all of a sudden, it's gone from feast to
41.
famine in terms of
Glenn,
the
you require 107.
trebling for Kev. And so Debarr looking at 107 for the third consecutive break at the beginning of this contest. Not to be this time.
I think that has found the treble 20 target.
67. Kevin, you require
Does
135.
work out the math and leaves himself on a double if he gets back to the Oki, which he will.
You mentioned that Glenn's been
48.
on a 10-game
Then you
losing
require
streak.
40.
Well, this is to put himself halfway towards a win, which will cancel all of that out at the beginning of his Group C campaign.
Yes, Steve was
30.
saying that himself and Neil Darf have
Kevin, you
spoken to
require
Debarr,
87.
spoken to Haywood as well, both here on debut, and said, right, reset mentality. It's massively important here at the Super Series. And
Game
that is
shot
a
on the
very
third
clinically
leg. Kevin
taken
Edwards.
finish for Kevin Edwards. His throw really was under threat.
Fourth leg, it's
Just
Glenn
when
to throw first.
it looked like things
Game
were
on.
beginning to go wrong for Kev, he's managed to find a way, almost like a get-out-of-jail-free card there. And that's the game's first hole to lead 2-1.
41.
And it's a very good point you made, because it almost feels like, for players like Glenn, for players like Joe, it's a massive fast track. Players that, with the greatest of respect, haven't got experience on this stage, but all of a sudden you get
23.
thrust straight into the limelight.
Yeah, especially if you play in Group A, because you have those 3 days. You have the knowledge that even if things don't go well in Group A, you're going to have 2 more days to try and rectify things.
140.
Playing in front of cameras in this kind of environment, it's so valuable for players. If nothing, I know when I've spoken to Chris Mason in here before, and he said the same
100.
thing, that there just wasn't anything like this available back when a lot of players were starting their careers.
Yeah, it was literally a case of you play at Lakeside.
180.
If it don't go well, it all goes up in smoke for another year.
Keep mentioning Lakeside, Henry. You can stop now.
40.
Love the venue. My results were
Glenn, you
dire.
require 140.
Hey, you made the final this year in the commentary box.
Where I
100.
belong. My comfy my comfy place.
Beautifully converted to happy place comms box.
Pretty much.
100.
Well, Debarr
Glenn,
on
you
target
require
to
40.
hold his throat. Trying to work his way down. But a
20.
big over adjustment with the last start.
Kevin, you require 238. Sorry. Miles away. $140.
Well, he's led himself on the finish now as
Glenn,
Kev.
you require 20.
As Debarr looks at double 10 to level this game up at 2-2. 2 5s.
Game shot.
Well,
on the
a
fourth
comical
leg. Glenn
moment there,
Debarr.
but Glenn Debarr manages to keep his cool to square the game up at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
I didn't know we were playing on the quad board.
$44.
Debarr here may well be beginning to break the back of Kev Edwards. 4th 180 of the game. This power scoring, as we mentioned right from the very start, has been very much on point.
60.
You mentioned Debarr there, just managing to hold everything together in that comical moment. But I think he's been like that
83.
in terms of his demeanour on the stage pretty much all week. He has looked comfortable, but obviously the guys in the back have said, yeah, there are definitely nerves, which is understandable. The 180s keep on coming.
Well, Glenn requires 238 here.
$26.
Really did not make the most of that. Kevin Edwards back in the red bit, looking to set things up.
137.
137 to leave himself an 80 after 12. Really good leg this on the flat liner, looking to put himself 3-2 in front of him. Remember, Debarr kicked this leg off with a max.
94.
Does leave himself
you require
handily
80.
poised, but Edwards should get a dart at tops from here.
Already seen the 80 taken out by Debarr. Edwards looking to do the
Game
same, and he
shot on
does.
the fifth leg. Kevin Edwards.
3-2, Edwards leads. Tidy contest.
Sixth leg, it's Glenn to
Good
throw
start
first.
to the day, and if this is
Game
just
on.
for starters, then we may have quite the afternoon ahead of us here at the Live Lounge.
140.
It does go to show, doesn't it, that irrespective of the arena you're in, whether it be at an ADC Vault, whether it be a challenge tour, whatever it might be, if you come into this having won games, having won tournaments, the confidence it can give you is massive, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, and you can just see leg by leg there, a 12 and a 15 for Edwards, 15 for Debarr to open things up. Has been a really good contest to start off Group C. But yeah, you start winning things and it just breeds that confidence that you're talking about.
140.
You tend to find that players that are on that winning streak do continue.
Winning breeds winning, which was something doing an interview with Neil Delford, you'll see on Pluto TV in due course. Something that he says has been a secret to his success here at the Super Series, as Debarr had 6 for 164 to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
98.
Yeah, should really have stayed on the treble 20 target. But there have been some choices that have been
60.
Slightly questionable in terms of counting for Debarr.
And also, everyone loves double 15 these days.
There is that.
But his tops, that is the target for the Belgian here.
26.
It's going to get time to take us all the way. A game that swung one way than t'other. No one's had more than a one-leg lead at any point.
145. Glenn, you require 40.
And this to force a last leg decider. Chasing it round the board, double 5.
30.
Good effort, but the wrong side of the wire.
Kevin, you require 41.
And so this, to get it wrapped up and to get an opening win on the board. He's had to survive a couple of scares here, has Kevin Edwards. But he's off to a winning start in this Group C. Kevin Edwards. A really good contest to kick things off. The doubling really the key difference. Kevin Edwards 4th and 6 in that department, whilst Glenn Debarr missed 11 at the outer ring, had 13 attempts at the double and only converted 2 of them. That's the tail of the tape. Really good first contest on this Thursday afternoon, a game which Kevin Edwards wins by 4 legs to 2. Next up, Collie takes on Joe Haywood. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Kevin Edwards get the better of Glenn Debarr by 4 legs to 2. Decent first game. 5-1-80s, both players averaging in the high 80s, but Edwards 4 from 6 for the doubles. Just had a little bit more on the outer ring, and that's the difference between the pair. Second up for us, Reese Collie and Joe Haywood going head-to-head. Reese, a regular campaigner, a Super Series ever-present is Chaos. A weekly winner in the past, but that now is almost 3 years ago. He takes on Joe Haywood in the opening match. Haywood making his debut here at the Live Lounge this week. There's been some decent performances in there. Averaged 82 throughout the course of his Group A campaign at 18 180s, so more than a max a match in his 15 games in his opening group of the week. But what's he going to do in his secondary group, I wonder? Up against Reese Collie, somebody we know the quality and the capabilities in which he has, as I say, former weekly winner here in the past. But I suppose these days of Reese, because you don't see him as much maybe on the other circuits, does dabble a little bit in WDF stuff and does dabble in the WDF with a bit of success. Never quite fully know where he's at when he turns up here.
No, and I think that's what makes it all the more interesting. Ultimately, you can kind
First
of make
leg,
those
it's
arguments
Reese to
for a lot
throw
of
first.
players
Game
that
on.
perhaps just aren't playing with as much regularity. But Reese, as you mentioned, doing good things on the WDF circuit, starts off in the same vein as Kevin Edwards in the opening match with a max. To pick up the Isle of Man Masters earlier on
100
this year, beating another regular in Jim McEwen in the final.
105
into the 9-leg one here. And actually, look at some of the performances he puts in to win that. Beat Jim McEwen 5-3, average just under 88. Beat Ben Townley, who is some player,
83.
by the way. 4-3 in the semis, averaging 92. And this win carries weight now because of what he's subsequently done. Beat Jack
54.
Drayton 4-0, averaging just a shade under 97. Winning against Sean Fisher in the last 16. Had to do it the hard way, but that WDF circuit has certainly been somewhere where Collie's been able to get some tangible success over the course of the last few years. British Open champion,
82.
World Open champion, has played at the Lakeside. Yes, I brought that venue up again a couple of times. Played a fantastic game a couple of years ago against Neil Duff, where he took the Duff man all the way, but Neil's experience is coming through eventually.
45.
Collie first down to a double, just after a dozen darts.
13.
Cannot convert, and this
Joe,
is a
you
real
require
chance
62.
for Joe Haywood.
Double 16 to
Game
pinch
shot
Collie's
in the
pocket.
first leg.
And that's
Joe
exactly what
Haywood.
he does. 14 darter to break the throw and lead 1-0.
Second leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
Just intrigued to know what the mentality might be of the players going into this, because
100.
Johnny Haynes goes in the big frame. You can understand why, but outside of him, there's genuinely a case for every player to get through to Saturday night.
85.
Yeah, and you might go in as the favourite, but you've still got to back it up on the oche. So Johnny Haynes, he knows he's going to have work to do. I mean, that opening match, both players averaging just
81.
shy of 90. They were averaging, from the majority of it, in excess of that. So he'll know that he's still got work to do. And
140.
Collie also laying down a bit of a marker here in these opening couple of legs.
Yeah, I think the bookies have shown Billy Leonard a bit of disrespect by casting him aside as a 28-1
60.
no-hope, because he is much better than that. Now, I'm not saying he categorically 100% goes through, but he shouldn't be as far out as he is, put it that way.
140.
I do agree. I don't think anyone should really be that far out in this type of group. Joe Haywood making his debut. Started off in Group A.
Reese, you require 136.
Mixed results.
$96. Joe, you require 160.
Collie's scoring is right there. We'll tell you a bit more about it in the next leg. And the problem Haywood's got is because of how frequently Collie's
45.
piling in
Reese,
two
you
treble
require
scores, it
40.
feels like Silky's just hanging on in legs.
Game
But that was
shot
silky
in the second
smooth
leg.
for Chaos.
Reese Collie.
13 dart riposte, 1-1. Had two treble
Third leg,
visits.
it's Reece to throw
Max already
first.
to his name, Reece
Game on.
Collie. A 14 followed by a 13. This is really good stuff.
Yeah, good start from both.
97.
We asked the question, what version of Reece Collie may turn up? And if he continues in this vein, it's going to be a very good one indeed.
80.
I wonder as well, because it wasn't
96.
too long since we saw Reece last. Played in week 12 of the previous series. So he hasn't had too long a layoff before coming back for another stint here. And
26.
I think it's fair to say that it felt like the last time Reece was here. And I know it came off the back of when the Isle of Man Masters, but it never felt like it all
140.
knitted together for him. Where already, I know we've only played 2 and a bit legs. I get that, granted. But there seems to be a bit more of a fluency about him this time.
He is very much a rhythmical player, isn't he?
24.
One that kind of no messing around. Straight up there. But you're right. He is finding
100.
that treble 20 with a lot of regularity from the off. And Haywood really is on the back foot in his opening match of Group C.
81. Reece, you require 68.
Double 16.
36.
Has got plenty of time to convert. As I say, it felt like Silky would have to hang on in the scoring stakes and perhaps have to
85.
rely on
Reece, you require
Collie
32.
missing opportunities. But he's not been able to hang on in terms of the scoring. And Collie's not
Game
missing.
shot in the third leg.
Put them two
Reece Collie.
components together. Haywood's got problems.
Fourth leg, it's
2-1
Joe
Reece
to
Collie
throw
leads,
first.
averaging just a shade
Game on.
over 98.
$45.
Not the start he would have been looking for. Just a few too many for Haywood, just drifting into the 5s and the 1s.
60.
And quite often you go into these groups and you tend to find that the ones that have played Group A, they hit the ground running a bit more than the new ones
41.
coming in. But I just think the experience that the likes of Edward has got here, that Collie has got here, they don't seem like they're hanging around at all.
140.
You'd be hard pushed to find many players that have more experience here than Reece Collie. The irony is he's in a week with Neil Duff and Steve West, but by and large, there's not many players who would have played as many games as he has on this stage. As I say, ever present in this competition. He doesn't miss series here at the Live Lounge.
58.
And maybe there'll be a little bit of it in the back of his mind because he is an ultra-competitive player and he's somebody which, as we've reeled off his CV, the things he's won over the course of the last couple of years,
95.
will maybe feel that just the one weekly title might be a little bit of an underachievement when you consider how many times he has played here.
A lot of players will feel the same, I'm sure.
93.
It's just about getting that recipe right. It's hard enough to get out of the group stages, but then to pick up that weekly title, everything has to go well on Saturday evening.
125. Reece, you require 150.
Unable to find the two treble 19s, which would have given him a look at double 18. Haywood is going to get a poke at the 129.
85. Joe, you require 129.
These are the chances he's getting restricted to.
And again, it's a bit of a wayward one with the first, which means the 129 not going to go. And a slight shake of the head from
26.
Haywood.
Reece, you require
Showing
65.
signs of frustration early doors. Oh, Reece, overtrained, as we'd say. It's double 4.
57. Joe, you require 103.
Well, Haywood couldn't make any inroads when he put the first dart wide into the single 3 on the 129 compo. 88 left. Surely 48 for tops.
Well, that was the plan.
47. Reece, you require
Not quite
8.
the right execution for Haywood.
Perfect market.
Game
And
shot.
follows
on the
it in
fourth leg.
superbly.
Reece
Collie
Collie.
breaks, leads 3-1, and has the darts here to secure a 4-1 win
Fifth
get
leg,
his
it's
Group
Reece
C
to throw
campaign up and
first.
running.
Game on.
Certainly so far, no Collie wobbles.
$180.
None whatsoever. Second maximum for Reece Collie.
29.
And that reaction off the back of that
100.
last leg. Haywood just taking a glance over to that scoreboard.
See that snarl there from Reece Collie? It was John Partesque.
60.
He is in the mood. He is in the groove. And he looks like he's going to get this game won and done in next to no time at all. Average just under 99. On for potential leather darter to get it wrapped up.
100.
It's a good response from Haywood, but it may be too little, too late.
41.
Double 16
Game,
to wrap
shot,
it up with an 11
and a
dart
match.
leg. And
Reece
that was
Collie.
some performance out the gate from Reece Collie. Average just over 97.5. The doubling around 40%. And Chaos is off to a winning start here at the Live Lounge. He looks good. He's feeling good and he's playing good. And that a really good first performance from him. Coming up next, Billy Leonard takes on the bookies' favourite to win this group, Johnny Haynes. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, so Reese Collie get the better of Joe Haywood by 4 legs on really good performance and chaos average of 97.62, 3 180s and 4 from 10 in terms of his finishing. Next up for us, Billy Leonard, the 53-year-old from Cramlington, making his second Super Series appearance. Saw him at the ADC Global Championship at the end of last year, in which that man there, Johnny Haynes, made the final of. The 61-year-old Swindonian punk will be hoping to climb to the top step here at the Live Lounge again. 3 and a bit years on from his previous success, January 2023, when he won Series 2, Week 11. He's certainly been knocking on the door ever since without being able to get into the winner's enclosure. And we mentioned it in the studio, Laura, at the top of the show. He's 61 years of age, but it feels like Johnny Haynes has always found a second wind in his career.
121.
Yeah, he's been playing some really good stuff. You mentioned the recent ADC Global Finals, but he looked pretty good even throughout Group 8. He was
36.
very unfortunate to find himself down into Group C. He was tied on points alongside the likes of Neil Duff and Benito van der Pas, but
41.
one leg made the difference. And I know we do harp on about when you lose, you don't want to be losing big, but that is the reason why, because leg difference, it really
43.
can come into play. And with a Group C, as we've got at the moment, Reese Collie laying down a bit of a marker in that previous, Kevin Edwards playing very consistently as well.
58.
I think this is one that potentially could also come down to leg difference as we get to the back end of tomorrow afternoon.
Well, Johnny, unsurprisingly, as we've mentioned all afternoon so far, the 13-10 favourite to go on and win this group. And the numbers from Group A very much back that up. 15 games played, running average of 88.86. And his doubling was at around about 38%. 41 hits from 107 attempts at an average of 105. 3-ton plus averages, more than any other player in that particular group. But it's Billy Leonard who's got off to the more promising start, and he's got 6 here to hold throw.
109.
He tidies that up very nicely indeed. Down to a double after 15.
100. Billy, you require 32.
And after 15, it is double 16.
Game shot.
Manages to find a way through to lead 1-0.
Second
leg, Billy's been playing a lot.
First. Game on.
In the ADC in the Northeast. Actually played in the Winmore Championship
41.
Tour events that took place there about 3 weeks ago. Got to the semi-finals, the first event.
96.
He would lose out to Gary Hayes, very good player from Teesside, by 5 legs to 1. Did get a couple of eye-catching wins.
58.
Jack Vincent, a player we've seen here a couple of times before, 4-3. And perhaps the biggest win that he got was in the last 16 when he got the better of
81.
Certain Tommy Morris by a 5-3 scoreline. Lost then in the last 1-8 of event 2, the same in event 3, and then got through to the last 64 of event 4. And so finds himself 16th in that particular order of merit. The top 8 for the North and South will qualify for the
80.
end of season Tour Championship, which takes place here at the Live Lounge on Saturday the 3rd and Sunday the 4th of October.
100. $56.
Leonard not left himself on a finish, so Johnny Haynes should be on something after this.
58.
He has left himself on something, but how handy can Billy Leonard leave it? Well, he's made a bit of a mess of it, if the truth be told.
28. Johnny, you require 100.
Just about left himself on something. Haynes look at a 144 to square things up.
40. Billy, you require 160.
No show-stopping finish yet for Billy Leonard.
82. Johnny, you require 104.
Arguably, it's been a bit of a slow start from the ones that have come over from Group 8.
60. Billy, you require 78.
Well, Johnny Haynes deciding to need double two if he had got the ton there. But he's going to get a look at this 44 to
Johnny, you require
square the game up
44.
at one apiece.
$34. Billy, you require 40.
It's not the ideal start for Johnny Haynes, but it could be the ideal start for Billy Leonard as he
Game
pins
shot
double
on the
10
second leg.
last start
Billy
in
Leonard.
hand.
Well, there's a bit of an irony so far that the player that,
Third leg, it's Billy to throw
as
first.
we mentioned, the bookies
Game
thought with
on.
the certainty to get out of this group is actually so far the poorest performer. I know it's a very early gauge as to his levels, but
66.
averaging here in the mid-60s, Johnny Haynes.
Yeah, very much Johnny Haynes-esque.
137.
He's not anymore.
95.
And Billy Leonard hasn't had to do anything special to open up this 2-0 lead. He's just been doing enough. And I get the sense he's one of those players that
26.
will very much play what's in front of them. If things go well, then he can be able to put the foot on the throttle. But if he doesn't have to, he won't. But he certainly put his foot down there. First max of the match goes his way.
Well, we were watching Billy, weren't we, practicing
43.
prior to the
Billy, you
commencement
require
of the session.
160.
Saw him hit the big fish up on the stage. But ultimately, when
100.
Nick Roll says game on, then it does make it feel a little bit different.
There's a fear of dread.
59. Billy, you require 60.
And particularly for players like Billy, because this is a huge opportunity for someone like
Game
himself.
shot on
And
the
he's
third leg.
making the most of
Billy
it. 14
Leonard.
darter there to lead 3-0.
Fourth leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I do wonder how many times Johnny Haynes has actually gone into a group where he has been such a firm favourite. If he's
96.
seen those odds and realised there's this new weight of expectation that's on his shoulders. I mean, he is a laid-back character. I don't think it will be something he's
90.
particularly worried about, but it could be a different element for him to kind of try and deal with.
To be honest, Johnny Haynes probably looked at it and probably laughed it off.
26.
That's how laid back he is. But Billy Leonard is in a very good position. And you mentioned legs difference, didn't you, right at the very beginning of the session?
83.
And I know it's only game one, but if he can win this 4-zip, he just gives himself an extra bit of wriggle room in that particular department.
Yeah, and after the first round of games,
26.
it will be the firm favourite at the foot of the table and the outsider at the pinnacle of the table. We said this group would create opportunity, the
60.
sense of chance for the players involved, and I think it's already starting to show.
100.
I know this game isn't over, but I think Johnny Haynes will probably get a sense right away that he's going to have to regroup here.
81.
Well, tried to do the right thing by moving across to the 18s, but couldn't quite execute. And so it's given Haynes a chance here
180.
to potentially get a leg on the board.
Yeah, and a bit of a shake of the head after that, because no, he will not be disappointed by hitting the maximum. It's just the fact it's taken him that long to get anywhere near
95.
that kind of visit.
Johnny, you require 73.
You probably feel like to a certain extent he's gift-wrapped Billy Leonard a lot of opportunities in this game. 64 left, should be 14 ball. 31 left.
And that is the danger when you chase the treble.
57. Billy, you require 92.
And this, for the match, 2 in hand, it's double 16.
60.
A bit of a wild
Johnny, you
attempt
require
with the
16.
last start. But a huge chance for Johnny Haynes.
12.
But he's let Leonard off the leash.
Billy, you require
And now he has an
32.
opportunity to put Johnny Haynes away.
Game.
And
shot.
does so
And the
by
match.
pitting double
Billy
16.
Leonard.
It's a 4-0 win for Billy Leonard to kick off his campaign. The 28-1 outsider with the 6 has beaten the odds-on bookies favourite to win Group C in Johnny Haynes, and does so by a 4-0 scoreline. Coming up next, Glenn Debarr takes on Reece Collie. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Round 1 completed on this Thursday afternoon. We've seen a 4-2 win for Kevin Edwards against Glenn Debarr, a 4-1 win for Reece Collie over Joe Haywood. And before the break, Billy Leonard with a 4-0 win against the under-firing Johnny Haynes. And so we're going to see Collie and Debarr back on the hockey. Reece with the best performance of the first round, averaged over 97.5 en route to that 4-1 success, as I mentioned, against Haywood.
First leg,
Means this, he's on to 4 points, and he has the early control of the Group C table. But there was enough about Glenn's performance against Kevin Edwards, which should give him some encouragement. If he can sharpen up on the outer ring, he's got every chance here against Reece.
I agree, yeah. 11 darts missed is too many against a player like Kevin Edwards, who was exceptionally
44.
good when it came to finishing. It was 2 from 13, but as you say, the scoring phases, 2 maximums. Despite those misses at the outer ring, still managed just
100.
Shy of an 88.5 average. So very good signs indeed. My only real concern is just the fact that he is on a continued losing streak. Came into today losing the last 10. Hadn't picked up a win Tuesday or Wednesday. Kicks off with a loss and now is facing Collie, who looked
100.
mightily good in his opening match. We said earlier winning breeds
83.
confidence, but when you're losing match after match, the opposite can happen.
And it all goes into one word, and that's belief, because you keep winning, you believe that you go into any arena, any game, knowing you can win. However, if you lose, that belief is next to now. And one thing that won't help is miscalculations, just like that.
140.
Debarr not on a finish. Collie's left himself nearing finishing range.
59.
Has left himself on a square ton. He's lucky, really. He's got the throw, and Collie hasn't got the type of scoring power he possessed in the early stage of his
58.
opening match. Otherwise, he really could have found himself in
100.
trouble there.
Finds the treble 20 for double 10.
80. Reece, you require 132.
To see a Sun Plus checkout on this Thursday afternoon. We're not going to see one there. We're not going to crack open the champagne prior to 2 o'clock on this Thursday afternoon.
Then you require 20.
Try and use that as a guide.
15.
Wrong side of it.
Reece, you require 87.
Signs of frustration there from Debarr.
62.
He's got
Then
another
you require
chance.
5.
Just make sure of that first big number. Perfectly central.
Double 2 now chasing the madhouse. Well,
3.
missed doubles was a plaguing problem in his
require
opening
25.
match against Kevin Edwards. He's missed 6 to win leg 1 here. That's strayed low into the 14, so he's going to have to burn one. And this really would be a steal.
21. Glenn, you require 2.
Doubling woes continue for both players. Debarr just
Game shot.
manages to find it last start in hand,
Glenn
but
Debarr.
8 missed at the outer ring.
That was like watching me and
Second leg is
Sam
Reece to
Mulliner
throw
play that
first.
leg with the amount of
Game.
missed doubles.
I did hear about this game.
Yes, it's it hurts. I feel very sore after.
60.
Taking my punishment and move on.
100.
Don't even want to know the amount of match darts I had.
Do you actually start commentating in your own head when you're playing?
I commentate on myself brushing my teeth, Laura.
Wow. I say wow, but I can believe it, to be honest, Henry.
100. 100.
When he finds that first start and throws with such
98.
authority, you think the other
Reece,
two
you
are
require
just going to follow suit.
161.
Doesn't have to tempt the 161, and he's not going to. Going to do the sensible thing.
129.
Leave things very handed, even himself on 32 after a dozen.
Yeah, stark contrast to the opening leg for Reece Collie.
36. Reece, you require 32. Game shot
13
in the second
darter.
leg.
We're
Reece
back
Collie.
on terms. He had a 13 and a 14, an 11 darter amongst his winning legs.
Third leg, it's
against
Glenn to throw first. Game on.
Joe Haywood in his opener. And that 13 darter gets Chaos back on terms.
59.
Certainly coming to today with a real sense of purpose, Reece Collie. You mentioned in the first match that his last appearance here didn't go to plan whatsoever.
100.
And I just wonder for someone like Reece, who has been here since very much the start, he might be thinking, right, I know I'm back for this
140.
series, but if I don't perform here, do I come back again?
When you spoke to Kevin said the same thing this morning. Everyone that comes here, they want to come back, but you're never guaranteed. You're never quite sure if you're going to get that invitation back. Some players, they have to go back to the ADC. They have to earn their spot once again. And for others, as you say, that put in good performances, they will be invited back to subsequent series.
95. Reece, you require 121.
I think it's the nature of just the depth of talent that there is on the darting circuit at the moment.
97.
No one is completely safe. Unless you're probably Neil Duff or Steve West. They kind of feel like they're part of the furniture.
98.
Neil Duff
Reece,
may as
you
well buy a
require
house
24.
here.
Game
And you could have put your
shot on
house
the third leg.
on that double 12
Reece
going.
Collie.
That's back-to-back 13s for Reece Collie to lead 2-1.
Reece Collie has won those last two legs
Fourth leg, it's Reece to
in
throw
quicker
first.
time than it took for that
Game
first
on.
leg to be completed. 26 darts for Collie to get those two legs. But as I say, it was just a bit of a shaky opener.
134.
Well, since leg one, he's been averaging about 115 and a half. And this is where sometimes averages can be slightly misleading because
57.
Collie's averaging 92, but realistically, the way he's playing, he's averaging way in excess of 110.
Yeah, we look to averages, don't we? But we know that ultimately they're a
140.
guide. The stat that matters for any of these players is those legs.
There's some players for which averages mean everything, or you could be Martin Adams where it's not meaning anything at all.
41. 60.
Well, there's now a chasm between this pair.
100.
Collie again on a
Reece, you
finish
require
after 9, and he's got plenty of
167.
time and space. Probably stay there.
Treble 17 was the
97.
target. Now from 303, most players would say 19s is the target. And if Debarr is going to take anything from this experience, I think
100.
kind of looking
Reece,
towards
you
that
require
board
70.
management, it feels quite essential for him.
Yeah, on the 303, he's made an error 404.
54.
And that is a big difference at this level. Maybe sometimes back home, when you're probably outscoring, outmaneuvering, you don't really need to worry about the mathematics because you've always got such a
Reece,
big
you
lead
require
in legs. But
16.
here, when you're up against similar quality, it
Game
makes a
shot on the
huge
fourth leg.
difference as
Reece
Reece
Collie.
Collie opens up a 3-1 lead. Because I
Fifth
can
leg,
imagine
it's Glenn to
sometimes,
throw
we've said it a
first.
lot about
Game
players
on.
from Greece, Cyprus that dominate back home, where you probably don't have to be as sharp on the mathematics because it doesn't, to a certain extent, matter what you do
100.
because you're probably going to get that time to get it right anyway.
140.
A grimace from Reece Collie, who he's got to that point already today where he's expecting the max. He's already hit 2 in this match, and 3 in his opener.
59. 43.
Probably the wrong time to say it because he just hit a 43, but Reece Collie's 2 treble hitting today has been top notch.
60.
Collie looking to bring the chaos. Definitely bringing some colour as well. It's another
100.
striking shirt. He does have some rather out there shirts, doesn't he?
Without even speaking to Reece, I could tell you exactly what he's going to be doing once this session finishes tonight.
43.
He's going to be finding somewhere to watch the Europa League semi-final because his beloved Aston Villa take on Nottingham Forest tonight at Villa Park.
96.
Big Villa fan is Reece Collie.
Hence the colouring of the letters of his initials on the back of his shirt.
Yeah, the infamous
99.
claret and
Reece,
blue.
you require 122.
And he'll be hoping that Villa are on a similar winning train to him.
Should stay there.
37. Glenn, you require 140.
Might slip for the last. Debarr looking for another one of them. Unable to find. But because of that slip for the last dart, Collie may only get a dart at the bullseye here to win this match.
100. Reece, you require 85.
Yeah, it's Debarr poised. And Collie, it is one dart. It's at the ball.
60. Glenn, you
So
require
Debarr
40.
to pull it back within a leg. Shake of the head, but over to double 10. Has to move, trying to open up a bit of an angle. And the doubles
20.
have really been an issue again
Reece,
for
you require
Debarr.
25.
For the match, double 8. To make it 2 wins out of 2.
9.
And that would have put the cap on another
Glenn, you
commanding
require
display.
20.
Plenty of
Getting
room to
short and
move,
the
and
fifth leg.
Debarr
Glenn
does find
Debarr.
double 10, but just like in the opening game where he missed 11 darts against
Sixth
Edwards,
leg,
he's
it's
missed
Reece to throw
12
first.
in this
Game
one
on.
against Reece Collie.
And the big problem that Glenn's got is he's relying on Reece Collie doing things wrong to get opportunities. He's not
100.
carving them out for himself.
No, quite.
$41.
Bit of a resigned look on the face of Debarr after that visit.
100. $60.
Well, that kind of backs up the point I've been making in terms of his 2 treble scoring. That's the 6th time
140.
he's found one of them in this match. He's had 5 180s today. He's just outscoring opponents, which is buying them opportunities.
100.
And on the outer ring, he's been
Reece, you
steady
require
enough so far today.
161.
And again, on a 161-like shot, hasn't needed to go for it, been able to
99.
set up. He's been able to do things in his own time.
Yeah, and he's got bags of time once again. Debarr needs another big treble just to put any pressure
100.
on. And
Reece, you
can't
require
find it.
62.
So this to wrap it up with all the time in the world he could possibly want.
Game,
But he only needs
shot,
the one dart
and the
there.
match.
And that
Reece
is
Collie.
back-to-back wins for Reece Collie. He gets the better of Glenn Debarr by 4 legs to 2. So it's 2 out of 2 for Chaos and 2 really good performances to kickstart the day. He had back-to-back 13 tartars to turn a 1-0 deficit into a 2-1 lead, and once he was in front, it really was one-way traffic. So Reece Collie, a full 2 winner over Glenn Debarr. Next up, Johnny Haynes takes on Kevin Edwards. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And before the break, we saw Reece Collie get the better of Glenn Debarr by 4 legs to 2. Game 5 sees Johnny Haynes and Kevin Edwards go head-to-head. For Johnny, he was the bookies' favourite before a dart was thrown this afternoon to win this group. However, lost 4-0 to Billy Leonard in the opener, up against Kevin Edwards, whose first performance was fairly decent, average just under 19. A
First leg, it's Johnny to throw first.
Against Glenn Debarr. And for Johnny Haynes, it's all about resetting straight away.
100.
Yeah, Edwards' opening performance was pretty impressive indeed. For me, it was the doubling. Had that cleanly taken 87 finish, but he was 4 from 6 on the doubles. That really did make the difference
100.
between himself and Debarr. As for Johnny Haynes, he did have 5 attempts at the outer ring, but really didn't threaten too much in his opening match.
It was almost as if he was still on the train, Johnny Haynes. And about speaking to Johnny, I'm fairly sure that he'll be heading straight up and back on the Rattler tonight.
45.
Well, it depends if the trains are running these days.
100.
Very true indeed. But this is better already from Haynes. Back to back to back tons.
60.
As I mentioned, Johnny Haynes has got a very laissez-faire attitude when it comes to this sport. So if there's anybody that will be able just to put the first performance behind him and forget it ever happened, it's going to be him.
Yeah, he's played so many darts over the years with the same set of darts, I might add.
Johnny, you require 61.
You do have these just off performances, but it's about how you bounce back.
43.
Forced to go for it, one
Kevin,
dart
you
in
require
hand.
156.
He gets the chance to come back. Do not be surprised if it's 10 for double 4.
60. Johnny, you require 18.
He'll always do this.
Short
Always
on the
do
first
this
leg.
on 18. He'll
Johnny
do the
Haynes.
same if he's got 10 left. He'll go 2 double 4. Anything to leave his favourite target. And there's a reason why he does it,
Second
because
leg,
he
it's
finds it
Kevin
more
to
often
throw
than not, and
first.
he does so on that
Game
occasion
on.
to lead 1-0. I remember when he played at
41.
that Champions Week around about 3.5 years ago. How is that 3.5 years ago? Yeah. He lent me that set of darts and he said,
100.
you can have a chuck of it, but be careful. And it really is as light as a feather.
They probably weren't that light 30 years ago.
58.
It's just worn away.
Well, he reckons it was about 12 grams back then. I reckon it could be close to Ram Guevara's 9.
121.
When you think about how worn off it is.
$85.
Once upon a time, there were 24 grams. Mind you, once upon a time, I had hair.
41. $97.
Hardly anything to split these two, but Haynes, bit of a drop dart. Should be on a finish after this.
99.
And on a finish he is after 12. Piling the pressure on Flatliner.
140.
He's
Johnny,
found
you
one forward to
require
leave himself on a
140.
2-darter. And he should get at least a dart at tops when he comes back. But he's going to have to
100.
take that opportunity
Kevin,
if
you
it
require
comes.
80.
This is where Edwards just came into his own, but cannot keep the first one straight, so might just be one dart at the ball.
55. Johnny, you require
So this
40.
for the break. Has to go for the double five this time.
35.
And there did feel as if
Kevin,
there was
you
an air of
require
trepidation as he
25.
went for that target. A shake of the head and a chance to level up for Edwards.
Double 8, the double of choice for Kevin Edwards.
Game shot and the second leg. Kevin Edwards.
And that, a leg that Kevin Edwards was pretty much out of.
Third leg, it's Johnny to throw first.
Johnny Haynes,
Game
once
on.
again, he's left scratching his head at the back of the stage because could not find the double.
97.
Well, in the first game, it was the scoring that was his problem. And in game 2, it's the doubling. He's finding different issues game upon game.
45. $100.
And I wonder if there's a little bit of him that's thinking, well, this is complete compare and contrast to what I was putting in just 24 hours ago in Group A.
Yeah, he's well off what we've seen from him.
140.
The sub 70 average in that first match. We haven't really seen anything like that level. I mean, there's one outlier
100.
in how he performed in Group A. There was a 74, just shy of a 75 average, but that was in one match. Other than that, everything was kind of from the mid-80s right the way up to in excess of 105.
180.
Maxi leaves Edwards on a finish. Haynes desperately in need of a treble now.
60.
Can't find.
Kevin, you require 136.
So Kev may feel he's got 6 of them here.
He may only need 3. Desperately unlucky with the second and very lucky with the last.
Johnny, you require 144.
Has Haynes got a magic moment up his sleeve? Knows the answer on this occasion. 66 left.
98.
Well, decided to
Kevin,
persevere.
You require 40.
Trying to work his way down after that first
Game
start and
shot
does so
and the third
beautifully.
leg. Kevin Edwards.
Well, Johnny Haynes was looking for a treble 20 there to lead double 3. In the first game,
Fourth leg, it's
he
Kevin
tried to hit a
throw
treble 20 to lead
first.
double 2.
Game on.
I know he says he's a player that likes to simplify the game. I mean, that is keeping it simplistic.
140.
Personally, I think he's finding it a bit frustrating up there that he cannot just settle straight into Group C.
60.
Possibly thrown with the idea that he didn't think realistically he'd come back to the Oki.
Can you go through spells where when you're playing really well, then you have a couple of
60.
performances that don't quite go to plan? You almost have this thinking of, where has this come from? Because I've shown no signs of this.
No, 100%. The worst thing as a player
140.
is when you're throwing and everything feels great. You feel like the release is right. You feel like you're fresh. You're standing in the right place. Everything feels good.
100.
But where they're landing nowhere near where you want them to. How do you fix a problem when everything feels right? That's when it becomes mightily difficult.
100. $83.
When I was looking at the 25 to leave himself on a 2 dart, I can guarantee if Johnny Haynes is in a similar position, he will not do that.
45. Kevin, you require
deflection with the last
118.
dart, but again, it's poor visit from Johnny Haynes.
$71.
He won't mind this
Johnny, you require
156.
156.
But he can't take it out. And so Edwards will return for 47 to back the break up with a hole,
100.
which will put him
Kevin,
a
you
leg
require
away
47.
for back-to-back wins. And it would mean 5 wins out of 5 for the players that have come into this Group C.
Game shot and the fourth
No
leg.
one who's played in Group
Kevin
A has
Edwards.
won a game as of yet this afternoon. And that trend is a leg away from continuing.
Fifth leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
What has Johnny Haynes got as a response?
180.
Well, that's his first match of the match, second of the afternoon. That will help.
81.
Yeah, it's been uncharacteristically flat from Johnny Haynes. Pardon the pun when you consider who he's up against.
59. $60.
Just to a certain extent, age come into it, 4th consecutive day, and we mentioned that he's into his 60s now. It does take a bit of a toll.
92.
Yeah, absolutely. Something you need to consider, fatigue. But as I have mentioned, Johnny Haynes is the kind of person that if there is a tournament,
78.
he'll be
Johnny,
there every day of the week if he possibly can be. So
170.
playing in consecutive days, I don't think will worry him.
And he would have gone for the ball if the second
98.
treble was found. However, has left himself on 72 to reduce the gap to 3-2 and to force Kevin Edwards to serve it out in the next.
140. Johnny, you require
Use him
72.
on a finish, but should be Johnny's leg to lose him here.
And that's kind of summed up everything that's happening with Johnny Haynes so far
32.
this morning.
Kevin, you require
And Edwards,
142.
it's a long range finish, but it's needs another one. He's just checking his in. Yeah, double 11 for a 142.
120. Johnny,
Would have
you
been some
require
way to have
40.
wrapped it up, but Johnny Haynes still has a floating chance. And he
Game
manages
shot
to
on the fifth
nestle the
leg.
tops
Johnny
in with the
Haynes.
last to reduce the gap to 3-2 and to force Kevin Edwards to win it on serve.
6th leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
Johnny Haynes
Game on.
surviving a match start.
$140.
He's dodged a bullet, but Edwards kicking off a 2 treble turn has forced Haynes into something tangible he
55.
wasn't able to find.
Yeah, they're the winning double from the previous leg for Johnny Haynes. But yeah, he's dodged that bullet, but for how long?
140.
Back-to-back 140s for Edwards.
Yeah, that the
60.
pondery play of the previous leg. I can't see either of these
45.
two as big Rihanna fans, I have to be honest.
I don't know, they may surprise you. Question for an interview.
140.
I get the sense that Johnny Haynes is a bit more of a Motorhead man.
Well, he's nicknamed the Punk. So yeah, I guess it's a different genre.
136.
I should know better. Anyway, Edwards has left himself on tops after 12 to win this game by a 4-2 scoreline. But Johnny Haynes, he's going to have to react and react quickly.
60.
2 games played, and it
Kevin,
looks like
you
it's going to
require
be
40.
2 defeats for the Swindonian.
Game.
So Kevin
shot.
Edwards has
And
2
the match.
wins out of 2.
Kevin Edwards.
And 2 4-2 successes. And that one wrapped up with a 14 darty. Beat Glenn Debarr in his opener. He's now got the better of Johnny Haynes. Flatliner is ascending towards the top of the table. That the tail of the tape. Coming up next, we're going to see Joe Haywood and Billy Leonard go head to head. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Kevin Edwards got the better of Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 2. 2 wins out of 2 for the man from Clacton.
Yep.
That's Billy Leonard. He is hoping to complete the double for the players who have come into Group C. So far today, the players that have joined us have won all 5 of the matches. Nobody who played in Group A has picked up success so far. Joe Haywood looking to change that fact in Game 6. Now, he lost out to Collie in his opener, was comprehensively outplayed by 4 legs to 1. As for Billy,
First leg, it's Joe to throw
got
first.
better as the game went on, but he didn't
on.
really have to be at his best to get the better of Johnny Haynes 4-zip. I just wonder, because of the extremities of the
81.
performances of their opponents, one being good, one being on the poorer side, whether he might get a bit more of a litmus test as to where the players are,
55.
both players are in this particular game.
Yeah, perhaps, because we have seen some good things from Joe Haywood in Group A. There's definitely been some ups, but some real potential
59.
shown as well. And we're saying he's another player that's come through the ADC circuit, come through via the Northwest. But ultimately, these ADC
140.
qualifiers, I cannot state it enough. They are so difficult to get through.
Yeah, to get through, you've got to play 8 weeks worth of
100.
action, qualify in the top 32 in your area, and then you've got to play in a playoff, and then you've got to win the playoff to get here.
I do have it on good authority. Haywood is a player that has hit a 9
100.
darter on the ADC circuit, and he does have a reminder of that tattooed on him as well. So obviously took immense pride from that achievement.
60. $100.
Not the first, not the last player has a floating reminder, a permanent inked reminder of things that they've done.
81.
Let's not talk about
Billy, you
David
require
Davis's tattoo.
106.
As Leonard looks at tops, what would have been the
66.
first 3-figure out of the day?
Joe, you require 120.
Well, the wait continues for
23.
our first 3-figure out of
Billy,
the day.
you require 40.
Billy Leonard in a perfect position. Real slip with the first dart. Correction made.
Game shot
And the
on the
leg is
first
secured.
leg. Billy Leonard.
Solid enough for starters.
Second leg, it's Billy to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, we had plenty of tattoos here in the past. We saw Jimmy Van Schie and Brian Mann get matching
95.
180 tattoos. I'll never forget the time that Damien Mole turned up here at the Super Series. Again, involving Jimmy Van Schie. I don't know what it is, but Jimmy Van Schie and tattoos just tend to mix.
70.
Now, Damien Mole got eliminated from Group C and then decided, do you know what? I need an abiding memory, a forever memory
100.
of my time here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And he did something which, of course, you're going to remember Portsmouth by. A tattoo of a platypus.
100.
And it didn't look like Perry either.
Each to their own, I guess.
Everybody's
83.
favourite platypus. Just don't ask Dr. Doofenshmirtz.
$60.
That was a part of my childhood, that was.
85.
We definitely had different childhoods. And granted, mine happened probably a lot longer than yours did, to be
Billy,
honest.
you require 138.
Back a bit further for mine.
The 138's on. 138 is no longer
114.
on.
$100. Billy, you require 24.
2 12s. Double free, chasing around the board, having a glance over here what Joe Haywood's got left.
18.
And then realised he had to go for
Joe,
it,
you
but
require
kept the
126.
dart up in the air whilst he was recalibrating.
Right, it's one dart at the ball for a 126.
101.
These ton plus checkouts,
Billy,
they're being
require
threatened,
6.
but none yet to be pinned.
Game shot.
Manages to find a way over the
Leonard.
top, and Leonard 2-0 to the good.
Third leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
Over the post and in.
60.
I'm going to make an assumption that Billy Leonard is a Newcastle United fan with the black and white striped flights and the infamous blue star of their most famous ale.
100.
Yeah, probably a fair assumption there, Henry.
43. $85.
Well, for Billy Leonard, although arguably hasn't been an
58.
emphatic start in terms of averages and things, still yet to lose a leg today. That opening win, 4-0 over Johnny Haynes, and 2 to the good here against
41.
Haywood.
He won't care how, as long as he keeps racking off the legs.
60.
But Haywood here has got 6 from this 2-1-5 to inflict a first leg loss of the day to Leonard.
$85.
Even himself on the little fish.
135.
And he's going to be
Joe, you
forced
require
potentially to take out the
130.
little fishy.
Treble 20. Would have left the ball, so
65.
Billy
Billy, you
Leonard with a
require
similar
110.
type shot here. Options.
74. Joe, you require 65.
So this to reduce the gap to 2-1. 56 left, should be a dart at tops. Tops it is.
Game
And tops
shot
got.
in the
And that's the
third
first leg that Billy
Joe
Leonard has
Haywood.
conceded today.
Fourth leg, it's Billy to throw first.
Yeah,
Game
shake of
on.
the head though from Joe Haywood. Not happy with how things are going so far this morning.
60.
Manchester's finest he has on the back of his shirt, Joe Haywood.
100. $134.
Great switch, great use of the treble 19s.
$140.
And he's beginning to find some of his finest here. Really beginning to ask the question of Billy Leonard, but the more probing the questions, the bigger the response from Billy.
Yeah, he's really used the 19s to good measure in this leg.
45.
He's got 6 here from 173 to re-establish the 2-leg buffer in this
59.
contest.
I have just received a message, and I have it on very good authority, that he is most definitely a Newcastle fan. If you wanted clarification.
55. Billy, you require 114.
We'll stay there for the Shanghai on
Game shot
19s,
on the
and
fourth
that the
leg.
first
Billy
three-figure
Leonard.
check of the afternoon. goes away at Billy Leonard. He leads 3-1.
Yeah, and you just get the feeling that Billy Leonard's
Fifth
warming
leg,
to the
it's Joe to
task
throw
here at the
first.
Super Series.
Game on.
He got better as the match went on against Johnny Haynes, and there's an improvement once again here against Haywood.
100.
We said before dart was thrown, 28-1 just looked a little bit generous a price on him.
58.
Well, we speak about Manchester's finest on the back of Joe Haywood's shirt. Well, just having a look at some of the finest things that Manchester have ever produced. They actually produced the first modern computer. So the first stored program computer
90.
was developed at the University of Manchester in 1948. The drink Vimto was created in Manchester in 1908. The Harrington
41.
jacket was popularised by Manchester-based manufacturers. Of course, legendary for its music, Oasis, The Smiths, Joy Division,
85.
New Order, The Stone Roses. And after Blue Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, he's coming up to the boil on this
60.
Thursday, he will hope. That Blue Monday from the New Order is the highest selling 12-inch record of all time.
80. $140.
Yeah, solid visit there from Haywood. Battling to stay in this match against Billy Leonard.
81. Joe, you require 39.
To stay in the game. To tens.
29.
Outside, inside, and this
Billy,
could
you
be
require
curtains.
107.
Here we've just seen the 114. Tops for a 107 to back it up, and Tops
shot.
is found.
And the
A
match.
finishing masterclass
Billy
in the
Leonard.
end there from Billy Leonard. A 107 to seal a 4-1 victory over Joe Haywood. And for Billy Leonard, that is his second consecutive win of Group C. Well, that there is the tail of the tape. The climax, the 114 finish. And coming up next, we will see Debarr, and he'll be taking on Johnny Haynes.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth. We have completed 2 rounds of matches here on this Thursday afternoon at the live lounge. A lot of handshaking going on. Lots of handshaking. And that is game 1, where Glenn Debarr, well, he lost out to Kevin Edwards by 4 legs to 2. Reece Collie would then get the better of Joe Haywood 4, and he's been the performer of the afternoon so far, it's fair to say. Billy Leonard's also won 2 out of 2. He beat Johnny Haynes 4-0 in his opener. Reece Collie would back up his first good win with a 4-2 success against Glenn Debarr in his second match, having just under 88 and change in that particular contest. That double 16 sealing the deal. Kev Edwards with his second win would get the better of Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 2, averaging just under the 90 mark, 4 from 10 on the outer ring in that particular contest. And before the break, Billy Leonard, he got the better of Joe Haywood by 4 legs to 1. 2 ton plus checkouts in the last 2 legs to seal the deal there. So this is how Le Table looks, and this is the state of play. As you can see, all the players that joined Group C have won all the matches so far. And everybody in Group A, they have been pointless on this Thursday afternoon. However, that is going to change. It has to change, because we're going to see 2 of the Group A players go head-to-head here as Glenn Debarr takes on Johnny Haynes. And who would have thought that at the beginning of this afternoon session, we would see the punk in this perilous position? Because he's lost both his matches. Now, there was a vast improvement from game 1 to game 2. Still missed 7 darts at a double against Kevin Edwards. But if we're going along the lines of Matthew Edgar's rule of 3, then wiggle room for Johnny Haynes is beginning to run out somewhat, isn't it, Laura?
It is. It has not been the ideal start for either of these players, as you've mentioned, but Johnny Haynes coming in as a real clear favourite, not just to qualify through to tomorrow's finals, but to top the group in the process. But it has been a really off display from the punk
to throw first,
especially that opening match, and that's not taking anything away from Billy Leonard whatsoever. But Johnny Haynes, a sub 70 average in that particular encounter, much improved in his second game.
66.
This will be the 4th meeting between these 2 this week. There has been some real close battles between them, but it is Haynes that's got the better head-to-head record, hasn't lost a game to Debarr.
However, is there an argument that this might be the most confident Glenn has felt going into a game against Johnny this week? Mainly because I know he hasn't got the wins under his belt today. But take out missed doubles here and there. It's felt like he's been more competitive today than perhaps he has been at times in Group A.
81.
Yeah, and it's something about playing against Johnny Haynes which has brought out some of the best darts that we've seen from Debarr this week. He lost on Monday 4 legs to 2,
26.
averaged in excess of 90 in that particular match. And then yesterday, it was another 4-2 victory for Johnny Haynes, but it was over a 91 average for Debarr. And you just get the feeling if Debarr can do anything like that, because of what we've seen from Johnny Haynes, I'm not saying it's going to continue, by the way, but if it does,
81.
then that could be enough for Debarr.
I just wonder whether it's the pace of Johnny as well that Glenn might like too.
It does make a difference. It really does. If you're playing someone that plays at a similar pace to you, then you can really settle down into your own rhythm. It's an element you don't have to worry about. If you're a fast player playing someone super slow, or vice versa,
140.
it can just give you another element to think about.
120.
Dart players, when they're thinking on the oche, perhaps just aren't concentrating enough, as Haynes looks to climb the ladder for a 120.
80. Glenn, you require 88.
And so Debarr may just get a dart at the bull here. Single 18 to leave said bull. Debull for Debarr.
57.
But unable to find, and so Haynes for
Johnny,
the
you
break.
require 40. Game short. And the first leg, Johnny Haynes.
Break a throw in 16 darts. It was clean in the end.
Second leg
on
is
the
Johnny
doubles.
to throw first. Game on. 81. 140.
Well, if it gives Debarr any kind of good feeling, at least he's done better than the last Glenn we saw play on this stage.
140.
Because I remember Doven got 0 points when he played in the Group B campaign.
Oh, I'm sure he'll love you bringing that up, Henry. Get ready for something coming through on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it now.
Hey, he's qualified for the World Masters later this year. It's nice to see him finally qualify for something.
Wow, you went there. You went there on Twitter,
I did.
to be
Yes,
fair.
yes.
He gave you some stick back, though, and I actually think that one was well deserved.
140. 53.
Well, ton
Then
here
you
for
require
Debarr
100.
to square this game up at 1 apiece. Tops it is for what would be the third ton topper in the game and a half.
Game
Finds
shot
it,
and the
and that's a
second
12
leg.
dart break back.
Glenn
Much
Debarr.
more like it from Glenn. Level of 1-1.
Brilliant response
Third
from
leg, it's Glenn
Dubois.
to throw first. Game on.
Well, I mentioned that some of the best games for Dubois have come against Johnny Haynes, and this looks like it's following suit.
100.
There's no doubt there's a player there. Absolutely no doubt whatsoever. But there's just one or two
100.
chinks in the armour which he's just going to have to iron out if he's going to take that next step. We've spoken about the numeracy element earlier, and maybe the next step's finding this level on a more consistent basis, because
140.
when it's there, I mean, he's averaging over a ton right now.
Yeah, Johnny Haynes under all sorts of pressure.
100. 100.
Dubois down to a finish after 9.
125.
And he's
Glenn,
going
you
to get
require
at least 6 from this
161.
position.
I was unable to find the 161, but Ty very much on his side.
$91.
Just like to do all he can to leave double 15, doesn't he?
Yeah, again, goes back to that board management. Not quite sure if that's the intention. I did see yesterday he refused the traditional route for, I
16.
believe it was a 164, and
Then
got
you
punished
require
by Neil
70.
Duff, who was sat on a finish.
Tops.
Game
2-1,
shot
top
on
corner.
the third leg. Glenn
And
Debarr.
Debarr halfway towards what will be his first win of this group.
Fourth leg, it's Johnny to throw
Good.
first.
Couple of legs put
Game
together
on.
by Dubois. 12 darter, backed up with a 15.
100.
And Johnny Haynes has played in this format so many times. I'm sure he has had a campaign
59.
where he's been a little bit on the back foot, but it still has come as a bit of a surprise to all of us, just because he was so solid in Group 8.
60.
Just goes to show that sometimes in this sport, no 2 days are the same.
That's why we love it.
140.
There's always that element of jeopardy.
If you know how things are going to end, you're not going to watch it. You don't go into a cinema to watch a film
41.
where you know the whole plot. It's a bit pointless, isn't it?
I don't know, I am one of those ones that if a film comes on that I like, I will watch it again and again. I mean, I went to see Titanic 4
59.
times at the cinema, to be perfectly honest, and I knew how that was going to end before I even walked in.
To be honest, before the first time, you should have known how that
No, that's
ended.
what I mean, yeah.
140.
Well, Johnny Haynes will probably feel a little bit like a sinking ship at this present moment in time, the way things are going on this Thursday
100.
afternoon.
Johnny, you require 160.
Certainly sailing against the tungsten tide. This, you feel to keep him afloat, but he's unable to find the second treble there.
140.
He does
Then
find it
you
with the
require
last dart.
143.
Well, Debarr has pinned that ton finish. The 143 is not going to add to that tally.
47. Johnny, you require 20.
So double 10 for Johnny Haynes. He's going to split. He's going to
Game
hit.
shot in the fourth leg.
And we are back
Johnny
on
Haynes.
terms. It's a Desmond tussle, 2-2. Got to say, good contest once again between
Fifth
this
leg,
pair.
it's Glenn to throw
Debarr
first.
averaging just under the
Game
94
on.
mark. Johnny Haynes around 89 and change. Both players 50% in terms of their finishing, and absolutely nothing
60.
to separate them after 4.
But it was the element that we questioned, wasn't it, from Debarr, especially in those opening couple of matches where he missed 11 darts in the first leg, missed 12 darts, sorry,
140.
against Reece Collie at a double, much more improved, and this is the outcome. Becomes much more competitive.
121.
Is it also fair to say that the loser of this game is not completely out, but they're going to need a lot of favours to get through?
Favours.
81.
It's how you, as a player, when you're mid-session and things are going wrong, you know that sense of urgency is there. You know you're going to have to turn things around, but it's how you pull yourself out of that lull as well, which is always quite difficult.
66.
We talk about reset mentality, but we normally talk about that when there's a break in the group. You can do it overnight when you've got time to kind of just recompose yourself, but when you're in the midst of the action, it's quite hard.
100.
And the other thing is you're completely on your own. It's not like in other tournaments where maybe you get 10, 15 minutes, particularly, say, at the lakeside. Sorry to bring that place up again, but
I don't think you've mentioned it this many times ever before.
But you get that couple of minutes where you can go backstage and you can speak to maybe 1 or 2 members of family
60.
and they can put you
Glenn, you require 154.
in the right place. But you've got to do this all on your own here.
Yeah, so often we say when things are going wrong, dart, that stage is got to be one of the loneliest places in the world.
84. Johnny, you require
And I just want it to
120.
swallow you up. But this would be looking on the up for
80.
Johnny Haynes.
Glenn, you require 70.
Second time he's tops for that in this game.
And Debarr has already had a 70 finish, and if he can find double 8, different route, but same outcome.
62.
Is this the moment
Johnny, you require
the
40.
game changes? Is this the moment where Johnny Haynes gets stuck in?
Game shot.
Finds the
on
double
fifth
10,
leg.
finds
Johnny
the break,
Haynes.
which means now he's throwing to win this contest.
Sixth leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Well, so far, I have to say, this is a typically Johnny Haynes
96.
performance. 88, bordering on 89 average, 3 from 7 in terms of the finishing. I don't know what he's done in the interim, but it is working for him.
49.
And he will have a couple of matches off before he comes back to the Oki after this,
100.
playing in game 10 where he'll face Reece Collie.
Which feels like the game you don't want to play at the minute because, pound for pound, Reece has been the best player so
44.
far on this Thursday afternoon. But he's finding that red bit with more regularity now.
180.
Perfect regularity.
Oh, he set up this leg pretty well. He's got
100.
bags
Johnny,
of
you require
time on his side as well. It
125.
feels like this is Johnny Haynes is to lose from this position, and that is a real central ball.
He's going ball 25. Oh, and the
75.
ball bounces out.
Didn't really need to run the risk of doing that, but maybe they're the indicators, they're the signs that Johnny Haynes is just feeling good again on the Oki.
51. Johnny,
If it's
you
there to
require
be hit,
50.
he will hit it. Tops are for 2.
10.
Well, Debarr was in the back with a resigned look on his face, thinking that that tops was going to go. It was close. But Debarr still nowhere in sight.
57.
The turning point in this game
Johnny,
was the
require
break that Johnny
40.
Haynes accrued in leg 5. And on throw, he has been streets apart from the Belgian.
20.
He's still not converted the tops and tens, which would have given him his first points of this group.
Yeah, interesting. The wait goes on for Johnny Haynes.
100.
And Debarr's left
Johnny,
himself
you
on a
require
tongue. He's already
20.
taken out in this game. But he's not going to get
Game,
another
shot,
opportunity
and the match.
because Johnny Haynes eventually wraps up a 4-2 win and eventually gets his first win on the board. The punk is up and running, but he knows he has got a lot of work to do. For Debarr, it feels like even at this early stage of the group, his race may have been run. Haynes a 4-2 winner. Next up, we're going to see Collie against Billy Leonard. Somebody's going to make it to 6.
And that was the winning moment for Johnny Haynes, his first win of this afternoon. I think the reaction there from the punk, nothing more than relief in the end, but it does keep him now in contention. Group C now nearing the midway point of the first session. And these two on the stage, well, they've had the perfect start to the day. Neither have lost a match. Billy Leonard, he kicked off with an emphatic 4-0 win over Johnny Haynes, backed it up
First leg, it's
with a
Reece to throw
4-1 win over
first.
Joe
Game
Haywood.
on.
But the performer, in terms of the level so far of Group C, you have to say, Henry, is Reece Collie. He had just under a 98 in his
85.
4-1 win in his opening match, and then a 4-2 win over Debarr. And things are looking good for both these players.
59.
And take out a scrappy first leg in that game against Glenn Debarr. Reece Collie has been pretty much on point for the entirety of the day. He's had 3 13 darters.
85.
He had a 14 and an 11 in that 4-1 win over Joe Haywood to back up one of those Baker's dozen legs.
100.
He is playing the darts of this group, as you rightly say. And at this present moment in time, there's no signs of it letting up.
140.
No, and as for Billy, he seems to have just got better. He seems to have settled into the Super Series action, got better and better as the
60.
couple of matches progressed. He got better in that game against Haynes. Haynes just wasn't quite on point in the opening match, but then
101.
seemed quite comfortable in the end over Haywood, winning 4-1.
He's got all the
100.
time and comfort here, Reece Collie, to get leg one of this
Reece, you
contest
require
wrapped
90.
up. Ball for tops.
Game
Oh, this is
shot
so
on the
good.
first leg.
So
Reece Collie.
good from Reece Collie.
Yeah, and a little acknowledgement
Second
of how
leg
good
is Billy to
that
throw
was
first.
from Leonard.
Game on.
He is dialed in, is the Dudley man.
100.
And we do know that the occasions that Reece Collie has made it
100.
through to a Saturday, he normally has a bit of a following that come down with him. Literally does bring the chaos with him.
The chaos massive.
100.
His brother's a boxer. Tried to hire him as a personal
57.
chaperone, however, the prices were too expensive. Problem with celebrity status law, you need security everywhere you go.
180.
I wouldn't know, Henry.
I was in Asda the other day,
98.
and they cleared
Billy,
the
you
aisles.
require
Maybe because I was there at 11
121.
o'clock at night. Anyway, 1-2-1 for Leonard. And 25 to lead double A team, and Collie not on a finish.
$81. $140.
Oh,
Billy,
Collie
you
just
require
tapping on the
40.
shoulder of Leonard.
Game short and
But
the
to
second
no
leg.
avail.
Billy Leonard.
One apiece.
Yeah, good game. 14 followed by 13.
Third leg, it's Reece to throw first.
We should call them Bruce
Game on.
Forsyths going forward, shouldn't we? Good game, good game.
If you really want to. But it is a good game and it's good finishing as
125.
well. 1 from 1 for both of them.
I'm not even old enough to know about that.
Clearly you are.
140.
Clearly you know about it.
Misspent childhood watching Challenge TV, I think.
100.
This game is warming up very nicely indeed.
95. $40.
Maybe part of the inspiration for Reece is a change of setup. We've so often seen him throw with the Michael Van Gerwen setup, but
87.
a new setup from his manufacturer, and certainly bringing a change of fortune comparison to last
58.
time.
But back comes Leonard.
139.
And it is an incoming break opportunity. Down to a double after 12. Looking to back up the 13 with another potential 13 data.
75. Billy, you require 40.
Double 10 doesn't go. And hoping the break has come to
Reece,
pass.
you
What
require
can Collie make of the 103?
Double 16.
87. Billy, you require 10.
So 2 5s for Leonard. Can he just clink it off the barrel? That's what he tried to do. But now he's made the target smaller as a result of it hitting the top
5.
wire.
Yeah, just
Reece, you
undercooked
require
it.
16.
Collie looking to punish and does
Aim
so. It's a
shot
holder
on the
throw for
third
Reece Collie. It
leg.
might feel like
Reece
a bit of a
Collie.
break, one he's got away with, but Billy Leonard, yeah, that's a big opportunity. I just wonder
Fourth
how it
leg is
affects
Billy
the
to
rest
throw
of the match
first.
going forward.
Game on.
I tell you the other thing I really like about Reece. I know he mentioned the snarl a little bit in his first game, but we know he's a
60.
player that very much wears his heart on his sleeve, and we love him for that. But it feels like he's very much keeping everything in check, which I know is easier when you're
80.
playing well, granted. But he looks like he's keeping things rather calm.
140.
Well, we talked about obviously that there's change in equipment, but ultimately there can be changes in persona and personality as you're trying to find that next level, that next few percent. As Collie finds another max. And hey, it seems to be working.
100.
This feels like the best we've seen Reece play here in a long while. And you can tell he's putting the hard yards behind the scenes.
80.
It's bearing fruit right away here.
Might go to the ball, does so.
105. Reece, you require 161.
161 for the break and a 3-1 lead. Not to be, and so Leonard will come back looking at 96 to square things up at
55.
2-2.
Billy, you require 96.
Oh, slip with the first, but adjust well with the second. Tops for a 96
Game
finish
shot
and
on the fourth
to level
leg.
things
Billy
up
Leonard.
at 2 apiece.
And again, another really good contest. How many times have we
Fifth
said
leg is
this
Reece
after
to throw
3 or 4
first.
legs where both
Game
players
on.
are comfortably averaging in the 90s?
100.
Reece Collie now needs to make the most of throwing first. His throw was really under threat in that previous leg.
140.
Billy Leonard missed a handful of darts to break the Collie throw. In fairness, Billy possibly should be 3-1 up at this point, but we do have parity and we do have maximum number 2 for Reece Collie in this match.
His power scoring has been superb. That is his
60.
7th maximum of the day. Things are going right for that young man. Well, I say young man, he's nearer his 30s than he is his early 20s.
140.
Leaving himself an 8-1 after 9. Has had an 11
100.
darts already today.
Reece, you
That
require
came
81.
in his opening win against Joe Haywood. Could get it done in 15 if he wants to. Well, he could get it done in 12, but double
49.
16 doesn't go.
$60. Reece, you require 32.
Over to double 16. Trying to work his way in and sideways across the oche because it's become a little bit
16.
awkward.
Billy, you require 141.
So 141 for Leonard. Ain't gonna get got, and so Collie is gonna get 3 more from double 8 to
105.
get his nose in front again
Reece,
at
you require
3-2 to
16.
put himself 1 away from a 3rd win, which would put him to the top of the group.
Game shot and the
3-2
fifth
up
leg.
he is, 1
Reece
away
Collie.
from a 3rd win of the day.
Yeah, and a little look up to the heavens for Reece Collie.
Sixth leg, it's Billy to throw first. Game on.
And he must know that he is playing really quite some good darts up there at the moment, but he's being pushed the
100.
whole way by Billy Leonard.
What is that feeling like when it just all clicks?
45.
I'll be honest, when it all starts to click like that, you don't think about it. They're there. If you come off a stage and you don't remember too much about it and you get that win, then that's probably when you've played your best, because
140.
everything is just so easy, so straightforward.
And Reece nowadays a dad.
140.
And having spoken to him in the past, I know that's a great source of inspiration for him.
60.
Hasn't won here at the Live Lounge, and I believe since becoming a dad. So that would be a tremendous fillip for him. And actually, at the back of his Isle of Man Masters win and what he's done elsewhere, he's going to put himself in a position where he's going to be in contention for Lakeside, or to qualify for Lakeside come the end of the year. It could well be a rather profitable
85.
year for Chaos.
Yeah, it just depends really where he is in terms of what his darting ambitions are currently. With the WDF, there's so many tournaments that you could chase around, not just the UK, but around the world. Tops for a 116.
76.
Well, this to bring the game to
Reece
a close.
requires 78.
It's going to get a match dart. And that match dart is at double top for 3 wins out of 3.
Game. Shot.
Reece Collie
And the
really
match.
is bringing the
Reece
chaos
Collie.
on this Thursday. A 3rd consecutive victory. Sails him to the top of the group with 6 points to his name. Another really good display. Another average in excess of 90. 92.11 in the end. 4 for 12 on his finishing. And a 90 checkout in there as well. For Billy, a good performance, just wasn't quite good enough. Next up, Kevin Edwards and Joe Haywood. Welcome back, everyone, to the live lounge reporter. Before the break, Reece Collie made it 3 wins out of 3. Getting the better of Billy Leonard by 4 legs to 2. He is in tip-top form, is the Dudley man, and he is at the summit of the Group C standings. Kevin Edwards could join him on 6 points if he gets the better of Joe Haywood. This is game 9, the final match from the 3rd round of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. For Kev, so far today, a 4-2 winning is Debarr, was backed up with a 4-2 winning is Johnny Haynes. Averaging both of those matches 89, doubling decent as well. 4 from 6 in the opener, 4 from 10 in his second. Ironically, the flatliner's been rather flatline today, which kind of goes against the grain of what he was saying in his pre-match interview this morning.
Well, he's kind of found that happy medium, hasn't he? Because he said it could be anything that ranges from 60 to 120 in terms of which version of him turns up. Well, we've got a version that is pretty much hitting dead on 90 throughout. We've waxed lyrical about the standards that we've seen from Reece Collie, but perhaps Kevin Edwards at these early stages just going slightly under the radar because he has been in consistent form, as you mentioned. His doubling's been pretty efficient too, and he could be about to join Reece Collie on 6 points if he can get a win here over Joe Haywood, who hasn't had the best of starts to Group C.
No, but I get the sense in Kev's case, he's very much an old school player. I think he'll like the fact that he's going under the radar. Let Reece Collie do what Reece Collie's doing. I'll just quietly sneak under the radar, pick up points, and just accumulate at the top of the table.
140.
Out of interest, Edwards and Collie go head-to-head in the penultimate match of the day, so they'll play each other in their final matches. That could well be a shootout if results go in a particular pattern to see who completes the card on Thursday.
100.
Still plenty more darting action, and I'm sure drama to come in between now and then. Edwards' other game is against Billy Leonard, who played well against Reece Collie. Just could not
Kevin,
get
you
the
require
better of him.
78.
20 for double 20.
58.
Just underneath.
Joe, you require 36.
And this has been a solid leg from Haywood. Needs to find the double. And that is a disaster.
28. Kevin, you require 20.
Kev may feel like this is a bit of a gift.
$10. Joe, you require 8.
Well, he couldn't take it. So chance back over to Haywood, who is wayward with the first couple of
6.
attempts.
Kevin, you require 10.
So 2 5s again. And
Game
this time, no
short
mistake
in the
from
first
Kev
leg.
to
Kevin
lead by a leg to
Edwards.
0.
Second leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Joe just looking down to the floor. He's been really restricted when it's come to the doubling so far this afternoon. Just the one attempt in that match
81.
against Reece Collie. Only 4 in the match against Billy Leonard. Already, he's had equally that amount in this particular
95.
match. He's 0 from 5, and that will be frustrating because he scored so well to set up the chance.
60. $43.
Well, Edwards traversing around the board to no avail. Haywood opportunity here
95.
to really seize the initiative on throw.
$140. 95.
Yeah, good thinking, good ball management from Haywood. They are part and parcel, but we do know that for the newer players coming in, sometimes the ball management not quite on point.
59. Joe, you require 170.
Cannot reel in the big fish.
60. Kevin, you require 164.
Well, the 170 isn't going to go. What can Edwards make of the 164? Similar. And so Haywood will return for the 110 to
60.
square this game back
Joe, you
up at one
require
apiece.
110.
Triple 18 would have left the subsequent double.
41. Kevin, you require 104.
So Edwards here looking to win what's turned out to be a scrappy leg towards the tail end of it. But he could win it with a moment of brilliance.
86. Joe, you require 69.
Found the double 7, not the double 16. Tops.
29.
Doubling woes continue for
Kevin,
Joe
you
Haywood.
require 18.
So double 9 here for Edwards to double up his lead. Awkward. And so Haywood's
10.
going to get 3 more,
Joe,
a
you
double
require
top.
40. 5.
He was trying to work his way down, but the last one
Kevin, you require 8.
just got the release wrong.
Game short on the second
And
leg.
Edwards
Kevin
does
Edwards.
double his legs tally eventually. Started
Third
off well
leg,
for
it's
both
Kevin
players,
to throw
that leg,
first.
but the
Game
set-up
on.
play and the doubling not quite as efficient.
Well, Edwards 2-0 to the good
50.
for Joe Haywood. Well, it just feels like just needs Saint to go his way.
43.
And it just feels like it's all a chain reaction for him right now.
It goes back to what we were talking about earlier, is how you get yourself out of that lull in that particular moment. And it is quite difficult.
125.
But in this match in particular, it's not like Haywood hasn't had the chances. 9 darts at the outer ring in those first 2 legs and none converted. Scoring hasn't been particularly the issue.
100.
No, 0 from 9 in terms of the finishing in this game. And Kevin Edwards himself has also missed 9 darts at a double.
But he has got the all-important
100.
2 legs on the board, 2 doubles found.
It's one of those where you don't mind too much if you win, but if you lose, you're left scratching your head a little bit.
Oh, it's just painful.
43.
It really is. When you're on the back end of a match that is well within your reach, it hurts not to actually pick it up.
There's nothing worse than being involved in a leg where no one can hit a double, is there?
97.
Now you're going to the O2, aren't you? I'm taking this personally now, Henry. I think somewhere on the World Wide Web that is clipped
Kevin,
up
you
as
require
possibly one of the longest legs
129.
that's ever existed.
$93. Joe, you
So I
require
you should see mine and Sam Mullen's leg. It very much gives any bad leg competition.
At least you did it kind of behind closed doors, pretty much.
51. Kevin, you
Why I
require
make sure I didn't invite
36.
Owen because it would have been all over TikTok. Could be TikTok for Haywood in terms of qualifying for the Saturday night. Needs to win this game to stay in contention,
No
and he has
score.
been handed a bit of a
Joe,
lifeline
you
here.
require 84.
Right, over to the 14s. Yeah, make sure of the big number. Sensible, it's ball.
59. Kevin, you require 36.
3 more at 36. Haywood's missed his 10th dart at a double in this game. And he's
Game
going to be
shot
punished
on
to
the
the
third
hill.
leg. Kevin
Edwards free up, and now 1 leg away.
Fourth leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on. $60.
I do wonder as well when players are here on debut, as Haywood is. We mentioned previously about that thought and that desire to want to come back to do this. And I wonder how much that plays on the minds of players as well, who are like, well, even if I don't qualify, as long as I can put on a good performance, have some big moments, then perhaps I'll get an invitation back in the future.
$100. $11.
And that could be the visit for Haywood that just sees
100.
Edwards get across the line. It's a big mistake from Joe.
$55.
Well, Edwards here, 201 points away from a third win out of 3. It probably puts Joe Haywood on the scrap heap in terms of qualifying out of this Group C. And it would set in motion, it feels like a 2-horse race between Kev and Reece Collie for those 2 spots. It feels like they are beginning to stride away from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, I think the next match will be really interesting to see how things start to take shape, because Collie will be taking on Johnny Haynes, who did pick up a win. And I don't think you could write off Billy Leonard either at the moment.
170.
Are we going to write off this? Yes, yes, yes.
45. Kevin, you require 63.
For the match. Double 16. And double 16's found for a 63
and
finish and
Kevin
a 4-0 win for Kevin Edwards. Haywood had his chances at the outer ring. Could have been 3-0 up himself, but 0 from 10 saw Kevin Edwards take the initiative. And there you see that 4-0 win. Well, an important match coming up next. Johnny Haynes will be taking on Reece Collie.
So this is what we have seen in Group C this afternoon. We've completed 3 rounds worth of fixtures. And for Kevin Edwards and Reece Collie, it has been the perfect day so far. Both have won a full complement of matches, and so they find themselves on 6 points at the top of the table. Perhaps a big surprise today is Johnny Haynes. He's only picked up 1 win. That came in his previous match. Billy Leonard also on 4 points. It's been a day dominated by those who have come into Group C. The 3 that played in Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, well, they are the cellar dwellers. Now, this could be an intriguing contest here. Johnny Haynes and Reece Collie going head-to-head. Now, Collie might be second in the table, but in terms of performance, has been the player of the day so far. But Johnny Haynes, there was signs of improvement in his previous match against Debarr. And if there's somebody that you don't want lurking around the middle portion of the table, it's someone like Johnny Haynes, in which you know could just turn it on at any moment. Now, it's fair to say that Reece Collie is getting to the difficult part of his day towards the tail end of it. He takes on Johnny Haynes here and then Kevin Edwards in his last. And so for everything he's done right so far today, Reece Collie, and he has done a lot right, if the end of the day don't go well, he may feel as if
First leg,
he
it's
could
Johnny
be
to throw
chasing potentially
first.
coming into
Game
tomorrow's
on.
action.
Yeah, we talk quite often about recency bias, and if you start on a high but finish on a low,
96.
it's sometimes those low feelings that you bring into the room the next day. But I haven't seen anything to suggest that Reece Collie will
59.
waver at all. He was really under pressure from Billy Leonard in that previous match, which he came through winning 4 legs to 2, as you mentioned. But statistically, kind of
43.
the most competitive performance from 2 players that we've seen across the day.
That first dart.
140.
And that first dart's at the top of the treble, just like that. That's why we're seeing so many 2 treble scores from Reece Collie.
100.
Yeah, and I do wonder if that win over Debarr for Johnny Haynes, if that will act as a bit of a
41.
settler into the session now. Because he was a bit out of sorts, especially in that opening match.
I think it's 19 score, mate. 38.
We have opportunity presented to Collie against the throw. Good pick off
91.
for the last to leave himself on the big fish.
$60. Reece, you require 170.
Did not get the line or the line right with that
23.
first
Johnny,
dart.
you
and
require 164.
made a bit of a mess from 170.
Can make an argument, one of his poorest visits of the day so far.
100.
And that's been an
Reece, you
exhausted
require
list of
147.
times he's come back from the board rather frustrated. But he may feel so if he loses the leg from the position he found himself in. So he's having a great position to break the throw,
Johnny,
but
you
he's going to
require
have to wait in
64.
the background and hope that Haynes cannot take out the 64, which he's going to get 2 darts in hand at double 8. Now 2 4s. His favourite target on the board, but he
56.
cannot find it.
Reece, you require 22.
Yeah, wave of the hand. Not happy with either of those 2 attempts. And Collie on 22.
Game shot and the first
Taken
leg. Reece Collie.
really rather effectively in the end.
There's usually a sign that things are going well, because
Second
even in
leg,
the
it's
poor
Reece to
legs you're
throw
winning them.
first. Game on.
In comparison to a lot of the stuff he's done today, that is below par.
140.
Yeah, I guess there's an argument to say that sometimes that first leg for Reece Collie is where he hasn't been firing.
85.
I mean, you mentioned that first leg in the previous match where he played, what was it, Debarr, and he really, I think it was a 27 dart leg on the opener, and then
100.
went absolutely crazy for a few legs, averaging probably in and around the 115 mark.
180.
The way that both players go about their business, you may not think about it on the through the naked eye,
100.
but actually, there's a lot of similarities about the way these two go about playing this sport, Johnny and Reece.
42.
Rhythmical. Both could be a little bit hit and
Reach, you
miss at
require
times. That's by both
161.
submissions. But when they're on it, they are on it.
97.
Most definitely advantage Collie once again. Have played in a Modus Super Series week previously.
138.
All the way back
Reach,
in
you require
2022.
64. Game shot on the second leg. Reece
That
Collie.
is 2-0 Reece Collie. More like it. 15 data.
Third leg, it's Johnny
Well,
to
these
throw
would have been two of the
first.
campaigners that would have been duking it out in our previous studio in Southampton at Ye Oldie Livey League.
140.
Yeah, over in the beautiful city of Southampton.
91.
Yeah, the commute's rather easier these days.
60.
Although, I remember me, Charlie Corstafine and Owen Binks used to frequent at this pizza restaurant. And, oh my goodness, the size of the bases.
94.
Honestly, you could eat for a week in there.
Sounds like you probably did.
Exactly. Put
100.
a few pounds since Johnny Haynes palms in the back, leaving himself on 1-2-1 after night.
It's a good response from Johnny Haynes. Second maximum of this match.
60. Johnny, you require 121.
Although we did usually
57.
wash the pizza away by playing table tennis, because they had a table tennis table on the outskirts and whatever. We used to spend our hours between Group C and Group B playing
96.
a lot of table tennis.
Johnny, you require
Next
64.
was a time when there was a longer gap in between.
This used to be a 9:30 start like Group A once upon a time. I'm sure the players would be more than glad that's not the case anymore.
Game
Particularly
shot
players like
on the
Johnny
third
Haynes, who's
leg.
played in Group
Johnny
A.
Haynes.
Because he's had that extra little bit of time in the morning just to go through the processes properly. And actually,
Fourth
you
leg,
think
it's
about it, of
Reece
all
to
the
throw
groups
first.
that are played over the
Game
course
on.
of this week, Group C is the one that's going to feel most natural in terms of start time.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
137.
1 o'clock start. It's probably a little bit later than most tournaments, but only by an hour or so. Very rarely do you kick off a tournament at 10 p.m. at night, unless
81.
arguably you're playing over in, say, the US of A, who seem to be able to jam-pack about 40 events over a long weekend.
100.
Either that or you're doing an exhibition in Ireland. They don't start till about midnight.
85.
It's for the likes of Neil Duff, they'll be used to a Group A format kicking off at 9:30. If you're playing a lot of the WDF Open events, British Open, Denmark Open, Etal, you are used to an early start.
100.
But this will feel a little bit more like home for a lot of the players.
Yeah, you might be used to it, but it doesn't really mean you like it, I'll be honest. Just because you... Depends on your process for warming
43.
up, ultimately.
Reece, you require 164. Yep.
Just confirming your score, 88 required.
83. $140.
Good riposte,
Reece, you
but this
require
leg should
81.
be in the hands of Reece Collie from here. 12 for the bull. Has to go for it. Haynes the 152. But it is
56.
just low.
Johnny, you require 152.
Oh, another one in there. And there was plenty of room for Johnny Haynes.
96. Reece, you require 25.
Not for the first time, a slip with the first dart.
Game
The
shot on the
correction
fourth
is
leg.
perfect for
Reece
Collie. Moves between one from the match.
Fifth leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
And a fourth win out of 4. And he'd have an opportunity against Kevin Edwards at the end of the day
60.
to complete the card.
$100.
It's a real forceful action as well, isn't it, from Reece? And And I think that's why when he gets that first dart right, he's able to follow it in, as Johnny Haynes has just beautifully demonstrated. It's almost whipped through the air.
60.
And as a result of it, everything's got to be on point, because if it's just one tiny bit that goes wrong, that's where you'll see sometimes that odd stray into the single 5 and single run for Reece.
26.
Well, I think those first 2 visits in this leg for Johnny Haynes have kind of summed up how today has gone.
44.
Starts off perfectly, finds a max, but can only back it up with 26.
105.
Well, Haynes leaves himself on the little fish. Collie needs 2 trebles here to leave himself a finish. There's the first. Has to stay there.
95. Johnny, you require 130.
Couldn't get that second treble, could not leave a finish.
58.
Haynes just slowly chipping away at the score.
63. Johnny, you require 72.
So there's to bring it back to 3-2. To force Collie to serve it out, but he's missed the big number. 48 left.
32.
But Collie's left himself on 139. And these are the kind of finishes that just felt so much more difficult than, say, a 140 or a 144, where you're throwing 2 darts at the same
54.
target.
Johnny,
you stick a 9 on the end of it, you find yourself in all sorts of problems.
Game shot.
Haynes brings it back to 3-2. No one likes 129. No one likes 119. No one likes 99.
Sixth leg, you just to throw first.
I quite like a 99, but then that's ice cream form.
Hundreds and thousands.
140.
How many darts I had at double one?
No, you're the one who brought it up.
I am, yeah. Blame myself this time.
121.
You know, I was driving down the seafront this morning on my way into the venue, and there's a fair number of ice cream vans. You could tell it's heading towards the summertime.
140.
It was glorious driving this morning.
Strawberry sauce, though, on my 99.
100.
Cone, strawberry sauce. That's me. Although I don't mind a good tub. Don't mind a good tub. Because sometimes I'm not...
When you say a tub, do you mean like a whole, like, Neapolitan
No,
ice
it's
cream?
like one of those little round tubs with the... Yeah.
Just see you sat there squirreling away a giant tub of ice cream.
100. Reece, you require 121.
It was a difficult time. Anyway, 1-2-1 for the match. For Reece Collie, double top to win it. It's style.
101.
He'll be back, though. Johnny Haynes can only hope to set something up and get an opportunity to force a last leg decider. Yet to see one of those today.
Reece, you require 20.
And we're not going to see one here because Reece Collie gets over the line. That's 4 wins out of 4 for Chaos. And he'll take on Kevin Edwards in game 14 with an opportunity to complete the card. For Johnny Haynes, he is in a world of trouble. He's lost 3 of his 4 matches on this Thursday afternoon, and he's got it all to do if he's going to progress through. Next up, Joe Haywood takes on Glenn Debarr. Well, Reece Collie has made it 4 wins out of 4, courtesy of a 4-2 success before the break against Johnny Haynes. And you have to hand it to Chaos. He has been the best player so far on this Thursday afternoon at the Live Lounge. He'll take on Kevin Edwards in game 14. It could well be a shootout to dictate who completes the card on this Thursday. But before we see Kevin action against Billy Leonard, Joe Haywood and Glenn Debarr, the 2 cellar dwellers, the 2 players have had a point so far in this group, go head to head. And for these 2, as I say, it's kind of been a case of the misery that's been piled on them in Group A has become apparent again in Group C. And I get the sense, Laura, they won't care how, they just want to get a win on the board.
First leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
I do believe the same. And when you look at their head-to-heads throughout the week, Joe Haywood has got the better of Glenn Debarr on every single outing. I wonder how much that plays into the mind of the players, because, as you mentioned, neither of them, this has not been straightforward in Group C.
140.
I'd argue, from what I've seen so far today, that Debarr has possibly been the most consistent, but it gets to that point where a couple of legs on the board and then everything just
41.
seems to fall by the wayside.
$140.
Of the 2 players, it's felt like Glenn's shown a bit more on this Thursday. Played okay against Kev Edwards, just missed a lot of darts at a double.
60.
It's just not quite been knitted together consistently enough to pick up points so far. But you get the sense if he played to a similar level, he should get the job done in this one. He's left himself on a 2-darter after 9.
Good start from Debarr.
60. Glenn, you require 81.
And this to get the break that he needs at some point if he's going to go on and win this contest.
$56.
I didn't have to go that route because Haywood's way back on 240.
Is it a case of sometimes when you're in a position that Glenn's in and things haven't quite gone your way? Do you sometimes, if you know you've got a bit of space and time,
60.
go for it just to kind of
Joe,
maybe get
Glenn,
something
you require
going?
25.
Yeah, perhaps. But this is the risk you run. You can tidy this up.
$17.
Kisses the wire, but kisses it the wrong side.
$100. Glenn, you require 8. Game
Kisses
shot.
it the right side
And the
this
first
time,
leg.
and Debarr gets
Glenn
the break.
Debarr.
Leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Glenn to throw first.
But this leg
Game
for
on.
Debarr equally as important because he needs to back up that breaker throw.
$83.
Lesson 1 of the Rodney Harrington School of Darts. A break is not a break without a hold. Rule number 2, don't miss the big number.
60.
Yeah, and we've seen several players go against those rules this week alone. Today alone.
45.
Rule number 3 is go for the right number as well. And we've seen that go a begging once or twice too.
We have indeed.
$140. $99.
Did well to find that treble 20. First start was a bit of a blocker.
$41. $100.
You get the sense of the energy on this stage, and both players on debuts are going to try and give
60.
everything, but you just get the sense that the stuffing's just kind of been knocked out of them a little bit. A lot of defeats consecutively, and no matter how enthusiastic you are,
95.
that can bear its toll.
Yeah, you've got Debarr, who lost every game on Tuesday, every game on Wednesday, and now into Thursday has lost the opening 3 fixtures here. So it's a 13 match
100.
streak.
Glenn, you
for
require
Debarr, but
79.
it has the second game on yesterday morning. That was the last time Haywood managed to
Game
win, and it's
short
a
on the
good
second leg.
once
Glenn
again for
Debarr.
Debarr.
2-0 to the Belgian.
Third leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
And 1 in 6 visit range up to press. Of course, this is session 1 of
81.
2 that we're bringing to you today. We're going to be back tonight with Group B, where we're going to be watching Carl Wilkinson, Paul Hogan, Simon
140.
Stevenson, Benito van der Pass, and a Super Series week. Wouldn't be a Super Series week if we didn't see Neil Duff in action.
100.
Yeah, the most decorated player that we've got here at the Super Series. 6 weekly titles for Steve West. I'm thinking ahead of myself here for Neil Duff. Steve West has got 5, but he's already through to Saturday.
Yep, that's a double trouble and an Influencers Trophy, which Steve West takes great pride in.
100. $41.
What? Just got his nose in front once again.
41.
Haywood just needed to keep that last start straight because Debarr now 6 from 192.
76.
What has Haywood got here? You get the sense that this is a bit of a test of his character, kind of a test of his mental resolve here.
99. Glenn, you require
While looking at
116.
1 treble needed for a poker, a double, and a 3-0 lead and the double break. Gets the treble,
80.
but couldn't find the double.
Joe, you require
Yeah,
80.
this now feels all important for Haywood. Single 20. And again, not able to keep it straight.
40.
Not able to make
Glenn, you
sure of
require
the single
36.
number.
Felt like that flicked off the flight.
Game short and the
For
third
that
leg.
straight
Glenn
into
Debarr.
the bed. And Debarr 3-0 to the goods.
Fourth leg,
Averaging
it's Glenn to throw
90.18,
first.
50%
Game
on the doubles. It's been a really handy performance. And we mentioned at the beginning of the game, if he can play to a similar level to that he's ascertained at the beginning of the day at least, then he would have tangible joy in this
58.
game. And that is exactly what's happening. Well, as you can see, that was a flick off the flight there from Joe in the previous leg. But actually, yeah, he is
96.
playing pretty much to type it, Glenn Debarr. But it also shows the level in which the players at the top of the group have been playing at. The likes of your Reece Collies, the likes of your Kev Edwards.
140.
Yeah, and what I've liked from Debarr, the element that we said really did need attention, and especially in those first couple of matches, was the finishing. And as you've already mentioned, he's 3 from 6. Haywood tried an attempt
47.
at a no-look 180, but to no avail.
$66.
I don't know if that just put him off his stride slightly, because from 265, if you want to be on a finish, ideally you'll be starting down on the 19s.
And ideally, it does help if you see what you're aiming at.
I do agree with that.
97.
It's not something that I would be attempting. Nick Rolls would be in trouble if I was going to do stuff no look.
99.
Darting royalty, I'll have you know, Nick Rolls.
41. Joe, you require 100.
Well, this to pull one back. It would be a break. Triple 19 for the double. The treble got
81.
for the double just on the inside. The first
Glenn, you
dart he's
require
had at the outer ring in this game.
118.
Yeah, Debarr's managed to keep him at arm's length throughout. But Haywood back for 19.
82. Joe, you require 19.
Both been able to find the treble 19 with 95 left. Haywood split the double 19 by moving inside. He's unable to find double 18.
Glenn,
And
you
so
require
this,
36.
to get the job done,
Game.
4-0 it is
Shot.
to Glenn
And the
Debarr.
match.
That's his first
Glenn
win
Debarr.
of this Group C campaign. And he will get the better of his Group A compatriot, Joe Haywood, to get his first win on the board in this Group C. Next up, Billy Leonard takes on Kevin Edwards. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Glenn Debarr got the better of Joe Haywood by 4-0. Game 12, the final match from the fourth round of fixtures, sees Billy Leonard and Kevin Edwards go head-to-head. Been a really good day of darts in this Group C, it has to be said. Actually, probably one of the best Group C sessions I've been able and lucky enough to commentate on for a little while. And chief amongst it, Reece Collie, but also Kevin Edwards, who's also won 3 out of 3. He takes on Billy Leonard, but he could be an awkward
81.
customer. He won his first couple of games before then being beaten by Reece Collie last time out. But he was beaten despite averaging 93.5. The turning difference in that game was the fact he missed 7 darts at the outer ring in that particular contest. This really could be, if they both hit the strap drawer, perhaps one of the games of the day.
Yeah, and for Billy Leonard, it would see him go level on points with Kevin Edwards. Kevin sat on 6 points. Reece Collie, as you've mentioned, sat top of the table on 8 points. But Billy on 4 with those 2 wins. So it feels like another
100.
important match, just in terms of how things are going to look coming into tomorrow's play. I think very quickly we're going to see this Group C
100.
turn into a 3-horse race, a bit like we did last week. Because that win, that 4-0 win for Glenn Debarr, has actually pushed Johnny Haynes now down into 5th position.
100.
And after the conclusion of this match, then every player just the 1 match left to go in Group C on the first session.
In which Joe Haywood will take on
74.
Johnny Haynes, Kevin Edwards up against Reece Collie, and Billy Leonard will round off his campaign of a meeting against Glenn Debarr.
45. Billy, you require 146.
Billy has a little bit of time for the 146, and he's going to need it.
76.
Everything that we've been saying in regards to Kevin Reece, and rightly so, Billy Leonard has severely gone onto the radar. If he wins his remaining 2 matches, he's on 8 points overnight.
140. Billy, you require 70.
But he's being forced to take this 70 out. And he's not going to get a look at the double.
I just wonder if that was being
39.
between 2 minds of going for the 12 or
Kevin,
the
you require
20.
56.
Finding that number 5 in the middle. But it's tops for a break for Edwards.
Game shot. on the
Perfectly
first
found in the
leg.
middle of the
Kevin
bed.
Edwards.
1-0 to Kevin Edwards. Break in tow.
Second leg, it's
Knows
Kevin to
he
throw
should have had a
first.
dart to hang
Game
on to his throw there. And it's those types of unforced errors that at this level will be punished to the highest degree.
140.
Those types of darts we probably won in the Benidorm Open. Now that's an event I hope they need a commentator for next year.
I have played in that on a few
123.
occasions. It's just nice when you can mix like a holiday and darts.
What you're saying is you can't exactly do that in Portsmouth.
125.
You could try. I mean, people that travel down to the South Coast darting mecca, they tend to be focused on one thing and one thing only.
60.
And that is picking up a weekly title.
And hey, if you win a weekly title, you can come back to Portsmouth again. Come back in the middle of July
100.
because that is when Champions Week is. It's going to be some week that week because it's actually the same week as the World Match Play of the Winter Gardens. So you've got 2 of the
95.
premier events
Kevin,
in
you
the
require
sport
136.
going at the same time. You're going to have the match play in the evenings and you're going to have the Super Series during the day.
96.
Well, Billy's on the back foot
99.
in leg number 2 because
Kevin, you
Edwards
require 40.
pinned this 1 dart in hand the previous leg, and he's
Game
done the
shot
same
on the second
again.
leg. Kevin Edwards.
100.2 the average, 30 darts.
Third leg, it's Billy to throw first.
To get himself
Game
to
on.
what he hopes is the halfway point. Billy's not playing poorly, but just getting outgunned by
100.
the Essex man.
$100. 140.
Yeah, and arguably Billy Leonard hasn't done a great deal wrong in this match.
140.
Edwards, who's averaging at the moment 103.5. Just that 1 slip, wasn't it? That's 70. Should have had at least 1 dart at the
91.
double. Obviously, you're not guaranteed to pin the double, but you should be giving yourself a chance.
And at this level, it's those minute mistakes that make sometimes such a major difference.
Yeah, because it spurs on your opponent,
60.
and it's very
Billy, you
disappointing
require
that it's yourself that's
170.
managed to waste a chance.
Well, 6 from here.
60.
And even again, yes, he's kept all 3 straight there, but the fact he hasn't found a treble just opens the door ajar for Kev here.
100.
Both players now with similar
Billy, you
finishes.
require 110.
Options. The route choice
50.
was treble 18.
Kevin, you require 101.
This to go within 1 of the match. It's double 16 for a 101.
Game shot and the
Finishing
third leg.
has
Kevin
been
Edwards.
brilliant this match from Kevin Edwards. He's 3 from 3, 100% on the outer
Fourth
ring,
leg,
including
it's Kevin
that
to throw
101
first.
finish.
Game on.
And Edwards has just been efficient. 17, 13, 15, 45 darts to go 3-0 up. Still averaging in
45.
excess of a ton, but he's restricted Billy at any chances at a double.
Stick with me here, Laura.
Oh gosh. Okay, I'm ready for it. Come on then.
85.
Kevin Edwards in his pre-match interview said, I feel like I'm in good form, but anything can happen. In some weird way, he's so right, but yet so
41.
underplayed himself at the same time.
Do you not find that quite a lot of players do that? They like going under the radar. They like giving everyone that false sense of
100.
security, so that if something good does happen, everyone goes, "Wow, yeah, that's very impressive indeed." But if it does go wrong, you've kind of primed people for it.
What you're saying is when
45.
I stick a microphone in players' faces, they sit on the fence.
When you stick a microphone in front of pundits' faces, we tend to sit on the fence quite often as well.
95.
That is very true. What you're saying is no one likes to tell me the truth.
And sometimes it's just the question isn't always straightforward to answer, because a lot of it is
85.
just dependent on how things happen when you're there.
Thanks, Laura.
I know they might sound straightforward. Who's
45.
going to win? Hazard a guess, but I'm not sure.
I think Kevin Edwards from this position.
He's looking very strong indeed, although Billy Leonard in a good position in this leg.
140.
That is a very good ton 40. You'd be hoping it's not academic. But that 140 's left Leonard on a
Kevin,
double.
you require
But is he even going to get a look at it?
145.
Hasn't had a look at a double all game long. But he will here.
Yeah.
90.
Imperative that
Billy,
Leonard
you
takes
require
it.
36.
It'd be a breaker throw. He'd have the chance to go within
Game
one. And
shot and the fourth leg.
the double's
Billy Leonard.
found.
Break a throw.
Fifth
Leonard
leg,
can
it's
win this
Billy to
one
throw
and return it to
first.
3-2.
Game
Edwards
on.
yet to have the darts to win the game again, but this time with a bit of pressure ratcheted up on him.
55.
As we mentioned, get the break. You have to then find the hold. It has to be perfection for Billy Leonard from this point in.
Incidentally, we've not seen a missed dart at a double in this game. Edwards 3 from 3.
46.
Billy Leonard converting with his first attempt to the outer ring, and just like magic, you can see it on your screen there.
84.
But the strong scoring that we saw in the first 3 legs from Edwards has just deserted him slightly.
100. $96. $100.
Interesting passage of play. Leonard got the break in the previous. Onfra had an opportunity to really steer
22.
things in his direction, and that visit there has opened up the door for Kev Edwards to get this wrapped up.
So much room in the rest of that treble 20 bed. Just over adjusts.
125.
But it all panned out good in the end, and he's left the little fish for the match.
100. Kevin, you require 130.
For win number 4, and it mean that he and Reece Collie will go head-to-head in a straight shootout to see who completes the card. The ball for the match, and we haven't seen a dart missed at a double all game long. And we almost saw all 5 legs one with a perfect doubling display.
Just grazed the wire. But that smile from Leonard yet couldn't get the combination started on the 144.
112. Kevin, you require 25.
To win 4-1. To win game number 4 of his day. However, he's going to have to go the hard way about it. Double 4.
Game. Shot.
In it goes.
And the match.
On the outer ring,
Kevin
he was absolutely
Edwards.
perfect. The only dart he missed in the game was at the bullseye to complete a leg. And Kevin Edwards is now 4 wins out of 4. He'll take on Reece Collie in game 14 to see who completes the card. It feels like now 2 players are separating themselves from the rest of the pack. Next up, Joe Haywood takes on Johnny Haynes. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And before the break, we saw Kevin Edwards get the better of Billy Leonard by 4 legs to 1. It means that he and Reece Collie are now going to be involved in a straight shootout in game number 14 to see who is going to complete the card on this Thursday afternoon. For Billy, he's missed an opportunity to keep in touch with the table tops. We can have a look at that table in operation now. This is how it all looks going into the final round's worth of plays. You can see Edwards and Collie both on 8. Billy Leonard on 4 with Debarr and Haynes on 2. Joe Haywood yet to pick up a win. His last chance to do so comes now as he takes on Johnny Haynes in game number 13 of 15 we're going to see this afternoon. Don't forget, we're back tonight from 10 o'clock to see how Group B gets underway with Neil Duff, the perennial champion here at the Live Lounge, leading the line in that particular group. Carl Wilkinson also looking for another weekly success. The England captain, of course, going into the Six Nations at sunny Ilfracombe. Well, we hope it's sunny Ilfracombe come next month.
Not too sunny, mind, because I happened to play in the Six Nations in what was a very
First
sunny
leg, it's
Merthyr
Joe to
Tydfil
throw
last
first.
year, and
Game
I
on.
will say, with all the lights that were there in the venue, it was very warm indeed.
Were you
41.
at the England Open in 2022?
I don't know what I did last week, Henry. Gosh, I'd hazard a guess at probably yes.
83.
Because that room was stifling. Like, it was almost as if the roof residue was dripping off the ceiling.
Beautiful.
95.
Possibly was. But yeah, no, I've definitely played in some extremely hot rooms, and depending on the nature of the room as well. Obviously, if
60.
it doesn't have a high ceiling, you can't introduce air conditioning, which is something that when we went over to the US is an absolute must.
Yeah, it was a weekend where
28.
Jared Cole beat a certain Luke Littler. I won't tell you what happened in his next game
58.
or anything else that happened that weekend.
Well, this is an encounter between two players who, I'm sure by their own admission, would say it has been a bit of a taxing
83.
day at the office. Haywood, as you mentioned, yet to pick up a win and suffered a 4-0 loss to the hands of Debarr in his last outing. And as for Johnny Haynes, well, he came in as such a strong favourite to top
140.
the group, but the tone was kind of set for me in that first match, and he hasn't really been able to recover.
57.
I know
Joe, you
sometimes you
require
say, yeah, it's only your first game, but
137.
you are very right in saying it. For a lot of players, it does set the tone as to how the rest of the day is going to pan out. Tops!
Game shot on the first
That really
leg.
was top.
Joe
And that
Haywood.
really was silky smooth from Silky.
Second leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Well, that's more like it from Joe Haywood. A haymaker.
55.
Yeah, and perhaps that's just the recipe to put the spring back in the step of Joe Haywood. We mentioned in Group A, we've seen some great
140.
things, and we know about his exploits away from the Super Series on the ADC circuit, including the 9 darter that
58.
I've mentioned.
But you want to show it on that big stage, don't you? When you have this opportunity in front of the lights, in front of the cameras, you want to showcase the best of yourself.
100.
Yeah, I think the fine art, the balancing act that some debutants just cannot quite get right is not wanting it too much. And I know that
100.
always sounds ludicrous. How can you want something too much? But it just adds this extra bit of tension. It's something else you're thinking about. You're not just going up there and going, right, let's just win. You're thinking, well,
43.
even if I don't win, as long as I play well, then maybe I'll come back. And it doesn't always work.
Trying too hard
100.
is something we see probably week in, week out here from one or two players. The best players are the ones that just simplify things.
45.
Johnny Haynes is one of those players that I would normally put into that category. You mentioned Simon Stevenson, who was great here just a few weeks ago when he picked up a title, and in Champions Week. Well, he's back in action in Group B, and even like a Derek Coulson, those players
18.
that just take everything in their stride, they're the ones that seem to do very well indeed. Interesting choice there for Johnny Haynes.
Well, he scored 18 to leave himself 170.
60. Johnny, you require 170.
That's the type of thing that I would do down the Dog and Duck on a Wednesday.
Yeah, but you wouldn't mean it.
134. Joe, you require 113.
Well, couldn't reel in the big fish, but has set up really well, Johnny Haynes. Sorry, Henry.
No, I deserve it. I
Johnny, you
deserve
require
it.
36.
All right, double 18 to level up.
No
The
score.
northeast side of the
Joe,
board
you require
doesn't
60.
come avail, and so Haywood's here for 2-0 lead.
Had 2 tops in the 137 in the previous, looking for
Game
1
shot
now,
on the
and
second
the
leg.
finishing
Joe
has
Haywood.
been very good indeed for Joe Haywood. Maybe inspired by that previous match where there was just 1 dart miss.
Third leg, it's Joe to
What
throw
was the
first.
bullseye?
Game on.
Joe Haywood's won 2 legs, but hit 3 tops to win them.
Could be 3 trebles, and it is.
180.
It's a max for Haywood. Well, I quite often like the theory of someone who
60.
finds a win that puts a spring in their step. Well, Haywood just suffered a 4-0 defeat, and he has come out fighting.
Is there also a sense and feeling when you get into your final game of the day,
60.
particularly on a day where things don't quite go to plan, where you almost throw caution to the wind and you go, do you know what?
60.
Throw it all out there, leave it all out there, see what's what.
Yeah, I mean, every player is different. They'll have a different thought process behind it. But for Haywood, that definitely does seem like what he's doing at the moment.
59. 41.
Well, this is one-way traffic. It started poorly for Johnny Haynes, and if the truth be told, it looks like it's going to end rather poorly for the punk.
$60.
Today is just not gone to plan for the Swindonian.
85. Joe, you
And
require
even that, a loose start at
142.
the end. Haywood would just look to set up from this position.
54.
Swindon man having a day as puzzling as the Magic Roundabout.
And that is puzzling.
Normal roundabout's hard enough.
99. Joe, you require 88.
But this, it's a street clear.
Well, it is a miss. And a quick glance over to the scoreboard. Johnny is on a long-range finish, which
74.
forces Haywood to
Johnny
go
require
for double 7. It was tentative at
156.
best.
Now he finds himself down in the
60.
double 7 basement.
Joe, you require 14.
Looks like he's splitting.
Game shot.
Double
on
force
the
found
third
last
leg.
dart in hand. It was a
Haywood.
good choice to split for Haywood.
Fourth leg, it's Johnny to throw first.
Johnny
Game
Haynes'
on.
day started with a 4-0 defeat at the hands of Billy Leonard, and it could be a 4-0 defeat
140.
to Haywood to see out today's action for these two.
Well, for Joe Haywood, this has been silky. For Johnny Haynes, it's been stinky.
140. $36.
And you can tell that he has absolutely no idea where this poor performance today has come from. We don't know,
140.
because every other indication throughout the course of the week was if he carries on as he is, as we expect him to, because he's a consistent performer, he will get out this group. It has just not gone to plan. It's been one of them days.
46. $60.
Haywood just chipping away at his score. Haynes just unable to find anything to really put on much pressure.
137.
Although that-
Joe, you require
One of the better visits from
161.
Johnny Haynes.
$26.
Please
Johnny, you
let Johnny
require
off the hook.
142. 60.
Only a
Joe, you
60, and there's an
require
opportunity to
135.
get a first win of the day for Joe Haywood. Not to beat.
86.
That's a huge slip. That last
Johnny, you
dart
require
was
82.
intended for a single 15. 57 required. Tops for Johnny Haynes.
42. Joe, you require 49.
And so this to get the job done, and to get the job done to nil, and to ensure that everybody's going to at least pick up some points on this Thursday.
41.
For match darts, a double
Johnny,
16
you
and
require
double 8 go
40.
a begging. Haynes to keep the music playing.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
We carry
Johnny
on.
Haynes.
Haywood being forced to serve it out.
Couple of match darts
Fifth
come
leg,
and
it's Joe
gone
to throw
for Joe
first.
Haywood.
Game on.
And in a race to four, a 3-0 lead when you're behind, it
45.
it will feel unassailable, but actually you can play yourself back into a match. But for Johnny, he's going to have to find a couple of breaks to throw, and that 180 will go some distance to helping him.
180.
The thing is, and this is with the greatest of respect to Joe, Johnny will know that of the two players in terms of raw ability, he's the better of the pair. The problem is he just hasn't
140.
performed today, but he also knows if he can turn it on for 5 minutes, he can turn this around.
41.
We don't often see a great deal of reaction from Johnny Haynes. I totally understand why we are today. But we mentioned previously, I think he kicked off in
100.
another match. He had a 180 and backed it up with a 26. This time he's hit the 180 but can only back it up with 41. He's just left scratching his head as to
100.
why the consistency is not there.
A reaction from Johnny Haynes is almost as rare as a Halley's Comet.
140.
Well, this should be the end of this
54.
contest. Haywood's got
Joe,
another
you require
opportunity
76.
to get it wrapped up. Look at it, 76. He's going to get a match dart. And that match dart is at double top.
56.
And that match dart drops low.
Johnny, you require 126.
That's 3 now to win this game.
And this to extend the match. It's ball for Johnny Haynes.
85.
Didn't look likely.
Joe, you require
And unfortunately
20.
for Johnny, he hasn't looked likely all day. So there's to finish off with a win. And a win it
Game
is
shot.
for Joe
And the
Haywood
match.
to finish off
Joe
his
Haywood.
campaign. He picks up points. It means everybody's picked up points today. Johnny Haynes was the 13-10 favourite to win this group before dart was thrown. He finds himself languished to the bottom of it. Coming up next, Kevin Edwards against Reece Collie. The winner will complete the card.
He needs the bullseye. Oh, my word! How has he done that?
Tops. What a start!
From 3-0 down, he now has 2 darts. Only needs 1.
Double 4. And it's Scarborough supremacy here at the Modus Super Series, and that's how much it means to Graham Usher.
And this time it is taken. Richie McKee of Northern Ireland.
He could be stopped.
That's how.
Oh, that's a big break. That's a big finish.
Because he's already hit the big fish once tonight.
On paper, this is actually a really good week next week. Particularly look at that Group A. Aidan Kirk and Henry Coates have had successes on the Challenge Tour this year. We know what Graham Usher can do. Bradley van der Velden, a former Lakeside Youth champion. Yes, I brought that word up again. Group B, Simon Whitlock is back in action. Colin Osborne. We've got 2 wizards in Group B next week. And then Richard McKee, a former weekly winner, also back in action. We get underway on Monday morning from 9:30 a.m. Well, these two have been the two that have been casting spells in this Group C on this Thursday afternoon. Kevin Edwards and Rhys Collie, both players having picked up 4 wins out of 4. The winner will complete the card on this Thursday afternoon. They'll have a 2-point gap from their opponent, but perhaps importantly, they'll have a 6-point gap temporarily to Billy Leonard in 3rd. We know this, Laura, and I know it's only Thursday, but they will give their chance to progressing through to Saturday night's final a massive,
First leg, it's
massive
Kevin to throw
boost.
first. Game
Yeah,
on.
they'll come into tomorrow, won't they? And they know that they, maybe just a couple of wins, and that's all they're realistically going to need. But regardless of who comes out on top in this game, it has been a really solid day for both. Edwards kicking us off with another maximum, and it's a good reply from Collie.
On paper, it should be the best game of the afternoon if they go at the rate of knots they have done. But I just wonder whether there could be an air occasioness about it, because both players know what is at stake in this particular contest.
Well, when you're in a rich vein, as both these players have been throughout today, you want to make the most of it, because you go away, you come back the next day, and nothing is guaranteed that you're going to keep playing at the same level. So you want to rack up as many points as you possibly can when you are flowing. We saw it last week with both the Canadians in Jeff Smith and Dawson Michelle missing out after having very good first days and just not able to back them up on the second days.
Striking whilst the iron is hot.
Reach, you require 151.
Cannot find the 151 finish.
87.
So over to Kevin Edwards for 68.
To draw first blood. It's double top.
48.
It's just sails under the bar.
Reach, you require 64.
Double 8 for an early break for Rhys Collie.
48. Kevin, you require 20.
You can see that flying through the air. It looked like it was on target and just dropped at the last minute. Notice that a couple of times with Kevin Edwards that when he takes that move across the oche, there's almost an over-adjustment.
Shot on the first leg.
Saw it on double 10, saw it a couple of times before, but Rhys Collie is there to punish.
Second leg, it's Rhys to throw first.
Picking apart opportunities when opponents miss. It's not a bad trait to get into.
77.
This is the penultimate match of the session. 1 left to go. which will see Glenn Debarr back in action against Billy Leonard, who will be trying to chase down these two in Group C.
140.
Good pick up for the last. Just asking the question of Collie. If he comes up trebleless here, all of a sudden Edwards could strike.
100.
2 trebles here for the Essex man, would leave him first to finish against the throw in this second leg. Well, maybe not that treble.
95.
Nope, finds the one you meant with the last dart.
$140.
He is in the zone. Picked Edwards' pocket in the first leg, but now he's got the advantage. He's really looking to run with it, is Reece Collie.
100. Reece, you require 44.
Tops.
Game shot on the second leg.
Very well
Reece
taken.
Collie.
2-0 to the good is Reece Collie, and that's an interesting approach. I actually think
Third
he was
leg, it's
aiming
Kevin to throw
around
first.
that treble
Game
4
on.
mark. 12 would have left double 16, but for the next best thing in tops and manages to clean up.
81.
It's a type of play that a player that's fully in the zone, fully confident will go for.
Yeah, I'm not a
80.
big fan of tops, I'll be perfectly honest. And if I've got 56 left, I think you have to play statistically the right shot, but I'll always go for that treble 16.
100.
Don't normally hit it, mind, but I still have a go at it.
140.
Fourth 140 of the game already for Reece Collie. We're only into the second throw, leg 3. And that's been the difference. Edwards has been pitter-patting around one treble range.
135.
Collie's been able to find something a little bit more often than not.
Yeah, and on point for perhaps the performance
93.
of the day so far. Did open up affairs with a 4-1 win over Joe Haywood with a 97.62 average.
43.
It's that first dart. It's that first dart.
140.
If I was a
Kevin,
cat,
you
I'd
require
purr over how good that
142.
first dart is.
Collie threatening to break once
110.
again. There's pressure
require
on this
48.
48.
Tops a 3-0.
Game shot in the third leg.
And
Reece
he's averaging
Collie.
100.2. 14 darter, 45 darts puts Reece Collie to within a leg
Fourth
of
leg, it's Reece
completing
to
the
throw
card for
first.
the day.
Game on. $100.
Such a good second dart. Because of the way his darts stand up to attention, that first dart dropping low and the flight being in the way, he wouldn't have seen too much of that treble 20 bed.
66.
Edwards rescued the throw with finding that treble 20 with the last dart.
96.
But as you've mentioned, the ratio which Reece Collie throughout today and in this match has been hitting those 2 treble visits. You don't think that 1 treble is going to be enough for Edwards.
100.
You're constantly forcing your opponents to leave
92.
something after 9/12 and something decent, particularly after 12, leg in, leg out.
99.
Very little to split these 2 in this leg, but Collie had the advantage of throwing first, looking to build on it.
57.
Leaves himself on 156 to get this match wrapped up. A
80.
commanding display.
Reece, you require 156.
Ever since he got himself in front following that break in the opening leg.
45.
Same
Kevin, you
score
require
for Edwards,
156.
156. Collie couldn't start the combination, nor can Kevin Edwards.
60. Reece, you require 111.
Treble 17. Unable to get. Edwards gets one final reprieve.
70.
One final stay of
Kevin, you require
execution, but he has to
96.
take out this 96.
Went for a second, treble 20, like the lie of the
56.
first, but
Reece, you require
Reece Collie,
41.
41 points between him and a 4-0 win over his closest rival.
21.
And the doubles
Kevin,
failing
you
him.
require 40.
And an opportunity for Edwards.
Game shot and the fourth leg.
And it's a chance he
Kevin
takes,
Edwards.
gets the break back, just keeps himself afloat. Wins this leg, brings it back to 3-2. He's forcing
Fifth
Collie
leg,
to
it's
serve it out
Kevin to
again,
throw
but
first.
serve it
Game
out
on.
this time under a bit of pressure. He won't panic now, Collie. But if Edwards
40.
can just reel him in a little bit, things might get a bit twitchy.
100.
How hard are you finding it not to say Collie and wobble at any point?
Oh, incredibly.
70.
You don't know how hard it is for me to contain myself when I want to say something stupid. And as you know, I don't do that very well. But he does that very well.
He's done that very well all day. Edwards looking to reply in kind.
100.
Disappointed with that return.
Well, he missed an opportunity in the last leg, but he is making up for lost time in this.
Yeah, super leg against the darts from Reece Collie. Down to a 2-darter after 9.
123.
Won his first match in 11 darts.
Reece,
Could
you
do the
require
same here.
81.
Be some way to bookend his day. Doesn't have to chase the 12 and bull. Should look at treble 10.
41.
Will leave himself on double top when he comes back to complete the card. Kevin Edwards will have taken 8 points at the beginning of the day.
136.
But for
Reece, you
Reece
require
Collie,
40.
this is for Thursday perfection.
Game.
And perfection
shot,
it is as
and the
Collie
match.
completes the
Reece
card.
Collie.
It's a clean sweep for the Dudley man. 5 wins out of 5. And that, perhaps the best we have seen him play here in some time. And he, as you can imagine, as he should be, very, very happy. But it was very businesslike from first start to last. And I'm sure that'll carry on tomorrow. But he's won 5 out of 5 on Thursday, after beating Kevin Edwards by 4 legs to 1. Final game of the afternoon, and it is a meeting between Glenn Debarr and Billy Leonard. Before the break, we saw Collie win 5 out of 5 and top the Group C table with a 4-1 win over Kevin Edwards, average of 92.04, 4 from 11 on his doubles. And he has a temporary 6-point gap between himself and Billy Leonard in third position. And so Glenn Debarr is looking to end his day with back-to-back wins. Beat Joe Haywood 4-0 in his previous match. And as we mentioned in that particular meeting, it's not as if he's played to a level which has been below par, and so people have been able to roll him over quite easily. In fact, people have had to play some of their best stuff to get a result against him today.
First leg, it's Glenn to throw first.
It comes out probably a little bit unlucky.
Oh, absolutely. I think you could probably say a very similar thing to his Group A campaign as well, that players just produced
59.
I guess the only criticism for Debarr, perhaps, especially in the early stages, he had chances, couldn't finish. He seems to have rectified that as the day has gone on, but also
96.
that ball management. Obviously, I know we don't like to kind of hark on about the same thing, but ultimately there have been some questionable decisions which may have put him on a bogey number. Just squandered chances when they came up. But as you say, he'll be looking to build. He had a very good win, an enjoyable win for him. He celebrated that 4-0 victory over a player that he hadn't been able to get the best of so far this week.
Do you think to a certain extent, and not in a horrible way, but do you feel like Glenn's been targeted?
Sometimes when you're playing in a group where one or two players are essentially losing every single game,
81.
if you're the ones chasing for top spot, then yes, because you would have seen all your opponents get those points. So they're almost points you have to bag. So there can be that element involved. But
105.
I don't think it's anything personal. It's just very much about your position on the table.
Because here at the Super Series, it's like a shark tank. Smell a bit of blood,
Billy,
and that's it. Everyone's got their teeth stuck in. Leonard here's got 6 on 160 to get the break and to
60.
Get things going in this game.
For Debarr, very slow start in this match. That start, I think, is amplified by the fact that Billy Leonard has had a very good start.
100.
Tops for what will be his third ton plus checkout of the day.
Billy Leonard
took out a 114 and a 107 en route to a 4-1 win over Joe Haywood, and he's now added a ton to the mix. And there's that break that he needed to get if he was going to win this contest. He got it out of the way straight away.
We have seen a fair few. Oh, we've got 3 in total, 4-0 wins, and
28.
When you are in a table that has the potential going into tomorrow, if Leonard could get a win here, of being quite tight between the top 3, then
59.
winning by some distance, that will only go to help your legs difference.
Well, let's have a look at that then, because the top 3 players all have a positive legs difference. The bottom 3 don't.
100.
No surprises there. Now, Collie is on 10 points plus 12 in terms of his legs difference right now. Kevin Edwards, 8 points plus 8. And with the score being Billy Leonard 1, Glenn Debarr 0, Billy Leonard's on 6 points plus 3 in terms of his legs difference. So already he's got a gap to make up in that particular department on Kevin Edwards, despite only being a couple of points behind him, and a chasm between him and Collie.
47. $108.
Max for Debarr. And they're the type of throws when
58.
Debarr
Glenn,
gets
you require
it right.
133.
It just looks effortless. It's a relatively simple action.
57 left.
93. Billy, you require 137.
He's himself on tops. What can Leonard make of the 137? We saw Joe Haywood a couple of games ago take it out on tops. But Debarr to get the break back and to
81.
square the game up at one apiece.
Glenn, you require
He's
40.
looking for the top of the shop.
First up, bent the wire.
20.
And that is
Billy, you
mightily
require 56.
unlucky for Glenn Debarr.
Double top.
Game shot
2-0.
on the second leg. Billy Leonard.
Billy Leonard has an air of control in this game. Got the
Third
break
leg,
in
it's
the
Glenn to
opener.
throw
He's backed it up
first.
in the
Game
second.
on.
Yeah, Debarr in the background just throwing his towel down in
140.
disgust, having missed those couple of opportunities.
Well, let's hope he don't throw it in.
123.
And there you see the in-play table. Reece Collie went through the card today, 10 points. Kevin Edwards, 4 wins out of 5, 8 points. And if Billy Leonard can maintain
60.
a win, then he will be on 6 points. Debarr looking to double his points tally in this match, trying to get to 4. Currently just the 1 win to his name.
100.
And you'd have to give him full credit for the way he's ended the day. He lost his first 3. He could win his last 2. I think he will leave here glass half full as opposed to half empty, where for Billy Leonard,
97.
if he were to lose this game, he would have picked up 4 points, but that would have come at the start of the day. So both players having an antiphasized session.
45.
That first start again, very inviting for Debarr.
140.
Debarr again in a position where you feel he's in control of the leg, but needs to take this. And I just think he needs to take
Glenn,
these
you
quicker,
require 64.
cleaner. It's a good start to the combination. It's 8-8 required,
Game
and
shot
that
in the
is
third
clinical.
leg. Glenn Debarr.
Well, there was no faffing about there. And a 14 darter for Debarr
Fourth
to
leg is
get
Billy
back to
throw
2-1.
first. Game on.
All of a sudden, this becomes a big leg for Billy Leonard. He broke in the opener,
96.
but this is the leg where he has to cash in that advantage he's got in this game.
$43. $55.
And that there, an opening for Debarr.
$95.
There's a danger here that Billy Leonard could let this game slip through his fingers if he isn't careful. Was 2-0 up, looked in control. Debarr
100.
found that 14 darter to half the gap. And the problem Billy's got is his Belgian opponent is beginning to find something. I was going to say he's beginning to
83.
find something that he hasn't done at any other point in this contest.
Yeah, still advantage, Leonard. He makes it
100.
down to a finish after a dozen darts. But you're right, he's starting to get that first dart right again. Second one doesn't look too bad.
140.
almost
Billy, you
perfect.
require 150.
So there's a 3-1. The 150 isn't going to go, but what he is going to do is leave things rather handy.
98. Glenn, you require 140.
We'll take that unless Debarr can land a knockout punch. The 140 isn't going to go, and so this to go too clear again, but this time to move himself to within
60.
one a victory.
Billy, you require 52.
Missed the single number, but one in hand at tops.
12.
And one in hand had been enough for Billy
Glenn, you
Leonard, but
require
not on this
80.
occasion. And we've seen Debarr take out 80 already today. Should be going for the 15s. single 15 would have guaranteed a shot at the ball.
20.
Well, there, the
Billy, you require
typification of
40.
what we've spoken about in terms of ball management for Glenn Debarr. In action right
Game
there.
shot and the fourth leg. Billy Leonard.
And Billy Leonard takes full advantage. And at this level, those types of unforced errors
Fifth leg,
are
it's
going to
Glenn
get
to throw
pounced on.
first. Game on.
Yeah, he was visibly frustrated, wasn't he, when the first dart drifted into the treble 5, but the shot after that, really, you should be going,
60.
go for that treble 15. It's almost a shot to nothing in the sense that if it goes in the single 15, you've got a dart at ball. If it goes in the treble, you're over at double 10.
60. $137.
Because there's absolutely no doubt that he can play. And I think that's sometimes why we can get a little bit frustrated with players, because we know what ability they've got, but there's just one or two things that are easily changeable that can hold them back.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, and I don't think anyone's questioning
66.
the ability and the potential within Dubois. But what seems to happen is when there is the wrong decision made, that his opponent is in a position to punish, and 9 times out of 10 they have. And that brings me back to what I saw yesterday with regards to Neil Duff being sat on a 1-1-6 finish. And you know, someone with the experience of Neil Duff,
60.
you don't refuse the chance to go for a bullseye, which is what Dubois did.
Against someone like Neil Duff, who'd like to rub it in your face if you do something like that.
Exactly, yeah, he did take a bit of a pause before he stepped up to the oche to think, right, are you telling me you don't think I can hit this?
The guy's won 6 weekly titles, a world championship.
I genuinely don't even think it's that. I think it is
40.
just not quite being confident about the combinations when it comes to finishing.
And we're going to see the former Lakeside champion in action tonight from 10 o'clock.
Glenn, you
Are we
require
going to see a 138?
138.
We all have a 138.
Couldn't get the combination started, so Billy Leonard.
44.
It's on 154
Billy, you require
required.
154.
Well, this would be some way to bring a daily campaign to a close, but the 154 is going to go for Billy Leonard. And so
60.
Debarr to keep this game
Glenn, you
going a leg
require
further.
94.
Looking at 94.
Both on 94, but that is a slip. It's in the 2. Treble 20 required. So Billy Leonard
37.
with the same scoreline to convert this into a win.
Well, Billy goes aggressive. But he's not going to give himself
54.
a shot. And so
Glenn,
Debarr
you
to bring
require
it back
57.
to 3-2.
Tops for Dubois.
Game shot and the 5th leg.
Again, very
Glenn
cleanly
Dubois.
taken. It was a slip in the opening leg, 3 darts
6th
missed,
leg
but
is
since
Billy
then
to throw
combination
first.
finishes
Game on.
of 64 and 57. Those little pop finishes, they make all the difference.
Well, the least that Glenn could have done in that
100.
situation was force Billy Leonard to serve it out. And that's exactly what he's done here.
These are the times where players, sometimes if they've
55.
had a bit of a lead and they see their opponent clawing back, it can get a little bit edgy. I'm sure Billy Leonard would have been in this position on
85.
many an occasion. I just think when you're here at the Super Series, it's amplified.
And now he may begin to see the walls begin to
140.
close in on him. So all Glenn can do, as I say, is put as much pressure on as possible and hope the opponent buckles as a result.
26.
Well, that could be the opening he's been waiting for.
In some ways, I'm glad he hit that single free.
Do go on, Henry.
42.
Well, he shouldn't have started up there in the first place. At least now he's missed the big number. We don't give it the same criticism as if he had prompted a couple of trebles. Glenn, I like you, pal. But please buy a calculator for Christmas.
82. Billy, you require 150.
again for the match. Part 1 done. Cannot find part 2, but a good switch over means he is on a double. Debarr just looking to put on a little bit of pressure.
Billy, you require 36.
Pressure applied, but this to
Game, shot.
bring the game to a close and
Billy
to put in
Leonard.
the finishing touches. For Billy Leonard, 5 games played and 3 wins. He's in the equation. He's a couple of points of Kevin Edwards in second place, but it was a perfect day for Reece Collie. He won all 5 of his matches, and we're going to be hearing from him in a couple of moments' time. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, where Group C has come to a close. And before the break, we saw Billy Leonard get the better of Glenn Debarr by 4 legs to 2. And it was the players that came straight into Group C that had the best joy on this first day. The best of which, Reece Collie. He won all 5 of his matches on Thursday afternoon, and he has the lead at the top of the table. And that is how it looks following the first day's worth of play. He has a 2-point lead from Kevin Edwards in second, and a 4-point gap, importantly, from Billy Leonard in third. Then he joins myself and Lord Turner here in the studio to talk about his day one exploits. Reece, great to see you. Many congratulations. That looked as good as we've seen you on that stage for a little while.
Yeah, it's probably the best I've played for a long time since I've won the week. Like, so, no, I'm happy to just play well. Finally.
What kind of clicked this time, where in comparison to last week, so at the end of the last series, and we were kind of commenting on commentary, you never felt that you got going that week?
No, well, I had the Isle of Man. I won the Isle of Man. I come back, I thought, got Modus a couple of weeks after, and I thought, going into that, I thought, well, I'm playing quite well. And it just, I've never known, like, my darts just constantly in the fives. That's all it was. And I just couldn't find no consistency, and yeah, unfortunately I didn't get through, but obviously I'm glad I've come back today, and yeah, 5 out of 5, happy days.
And it was just from start to finish, and it felt like every component of the game was there, particularly at the start.
Yeah, I mean, the first average I think was actually the best one it ended up being in the end, averaging pretty much in excess of 100 for most, ending with a 97. So right from the very off, everything was looking really good. But we questioned, because obviously, I mean, we've known you here at the Super Series, obviously you've played for England, you've done good things on WGF, but we were like, well, which version of Reece is turning up? So is there anything away from here that you've been doing as well? Obviously, you've got your win on the WGF circuit, you've dabbled in a bit of Challenge Tour as well. So it's what's the kind of, what's the reasoning at the moment?
I've been playing a lot of the vaults, the ADC vaults. I've been playing with my pal because he kept telling me you need to play more vaults, you need to be coming out in the week playing more, and because I was playing so much after we had our second baby, like, and yeah, he convinced me. He's like, get out, start playing more, keep beating me. He kept beating me, and he still keeps beating me now as well. More couple, and but yeah, and he just got me playing out more, and I just thought, you know what? The more I play, surely I can get my game back, and lucky enough, I've showed it today.
Where is starts for yourself right now?
Obviously today in a good place, but like, before that, up and down. I've never really been a consistent player. Like, as you've seen from the tournament, I've won some good stuff in WDF events and stuff like that, but then I'll have like a good win, and then 2 months after I'll be off the ball, like, no good, and then I'll come back and win another one, and there's just no consistency. Like, I'm just never consistent. But the more I play, I find out the more I'm going to get a bit more consistent, and so yeah, maybe I just need to get on the practice board a bit more.
Yeah, and so, like, in terms of goals going forward, like I say, you've played in different arenas, ADC, WDF, PDC. I mean, where do you see yourself? Where what is your ambition at the moment in the game?
I'd like to make another Champions Week at Modus, obviously. Lakeside. I'd love to go back there as well. That was my dream when I was a kid, and obviously I'd done it twice. It'd be nice to go back there and play there again. So yeah, Lakeside, and maybe throw a good dart at Q Score for once, because I've never really played well there.
Is it also fair to say you got a bit of unfinished business of Lakeside when we consider that game you had against a certain Neil Duff?
Yeah, we was on about it earlier on, actually. It's doubles. Like, if I could finish well, my scoring's always been there. But myself, when I'm finishing well as well, and when it comes together, I'm hard to beat. But it's never the case. So it just, yeah. I need to sharpen up a little bit on my finishing and that, but it'll come over time.
And today was very encouraging in that respect, wasn't it?
Oh, it was very sharp indeed. Yeah, no issues really today. Not a great deal of pressure under, throughout the day, and some really good matches from Reece. Some good matches all round as well, because it looks like it could have been a really tight table at once, but now it feels like maybe there's just the 3 horses in the race for those top 2 spots.
Felt like that first dart was so key for you today, Reece.
Massive. Like I said earlier, last time my first start was 5 every single time. But I was in the garage. I've done my garage into a bar and practice room, and my brother Aaron, and he come and played one of the days, and he was throwing with these darts. I've actually never used them darts, truthfully, never used them. And he said, "Oh, I'm always straight with these. I don't know what it is, but I'm straight as a die." So I was like, I went in my garage and I went, I need to be straight, so let's give these a go. I'll try these, and lucky enough today they've gone well. So yeah.
It's funny how strange things can work as a source of inspiration, right?
Yeah, and sometimes changing up the equipment is a good thing if things aren't quite clicking. I mean, I don't know, how do you change your darts often?
Not really, no. Like, I'll have a little dabble now and again, like points, stems, flights. Like, not really like a massive change, but to be fair, the last couple of weeks I've been having a little dabble, and when he said that to me, he said, "Oh, I'm throwing these really straight," and I was like, "Well, I need to be straight because last time I was in the 5 all the time." So lucky enough, they've gone straight today.
Just quickly, a word on Billy Leonard and Kevin Edwards, the other two players very much in the race to get out of this group.
Yeah, it is. It's really tight, isn't it? Between the top three, there's only 4 points separating top from third. Yeah, I'm really impressed with both of them. Sometimes we have this argument that when people come in essentially cold into Group C, then it's quite difficult to hit the ground running. But I think all 3 of them did. They all won their opening games, put the rest of the field from Group A on the back foot, and have just forged forward. So ultimately, there's a lot for them to play for tomorrow.
In terms of yourself, what do you think the plan is? What is going to be the key to get through tomorrow?
Just do the same as today, really, yeah. Obviously, everyone here can play darts, so just hit my doubles, keep out the 5s, and hopefully try and get through to Saturday.
Well, this is how the land lies as we head to the halfway point of this week. Group B gets underway tonight. Carl Wilkinson, Paul Hogan and Simon Stevenson entering the mix, with Benito van der Pas and Neil Duff coming in from Group A. Good luck finding free from there, Laura.
That is a really jam-packed group. I was just thinking the same thing. I mean, you've got everyone in there, barring Benito van der Pas, that have actually picked up a week 6 titles from Neil Duff. Simon Stevenson last time out was really solid and strong as well. And then the 2 England, my 2 England teammates. So please don't ask me to pick. I know you will tonight, but not now. Let me think about it.
I'll give you a couple of hours to think. For yourself, Reese, good day on the hockey. I'm sure you're now going to be going to find somewhere to watch the Villa tonight.
We're 1-0 down, so hopefully we can scrape it back tonight and get the win. I'll be watching.
It could be a very good day for yourself. Very good day on the hockey. Many congratulations. I'll see you again tomorrow. We'll reconvene in a few hours' time. And in the interim, there's plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Now, coming up next is going to be the latest edition of the Break of Throw series. It looks at some more up-and-coming next-gen players. In the case of Tyler Thorpe, he's very much doing it now. PDC tour card holder and really beginning to find his feet at the highest level. Whereas Archie self, you get the sense it's probably a case of when rather than if he's going to ply his trade with the best in the world. Benito van der Pas back in action tonight from 10 o'clock. He'll be playing in his second group of the week, whereas Reece Collie is looking to inflict more chaos in Group C when that gets back underway tomorrow from 1. Steve West is looking for weekly title number 6. He'll go joint level with Neil Duff in that particular regard if he crosses the line once again when it gets to finals night on Saturday. And Simon Whitlock, well, he's looking for his first weekly title on Monday morning from 9:30. But it's Reece Collie who's top of the table. There's always a silver lining here at the Live Lounge. Hi-ho.
The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith.
It's matched out.
5-star performance.
Ball for big fish.
It's
Jack Drayton!
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Modus guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.